As we await the first submission in this episode of Your Levels, I am going to attempt to grab the first clear on this latest upload by Ragnarok X entitled Bullet Inferno Galaxy Survival, which is one of two new uploads by Ragnarok X entitled Bullet Inferno Galaxy. We'll see if we have time to perhaps take a peek at them both. So here we avoid Ludwig's magic as you swim through the stars. Let's go. Now, Ragnarok X is a maker who is a bit of an NSMBU specialist. Much of the time, absolutely loves the style and understands most of its nuances, and we'll see what kind of boss research is in store. Once again, it is a course that's going to make use of Ludwig stacking to get all of the projectiles to fan out like this. And yeah, just going to probably beat the survival timer. I think that's almost certainly all there is to it. It is rather similar to, another bullet dodging Ludwig stacking upload that we had seen some time ago, but this time in a swimmable setting. So yeah, given that this was marked as a survival mode, I think that's pretty much all we're going to be doing here. You can see how Ludwig's entry point for the entirety of the stack involves using this track as the drop that gave us the entire structure that you see to the right side. That initially we just had the lowest mantra as the landing point, and now we have everything else just kind of suspended on top of it. Now, interestingly, with the stack, you can kind of bend the projectiles of all of the embedded Ludwigs up or down, it seems, at least within reason. Although, Although in the process of studying how this is put together and how we could potentially manipulate the pattern with Luigi's current position, we might not be paying enough attention to dodging the whole thing, so why don't we exercise a little bit more caution as we navigate this whole thing once again. So yeah, we'll just let everything fan out and see how much the timer... Oh, that was a terrible moment of judgment on my part, but let's see how much the timer is ultimately going to matter, that it is tuned to 140 seconds, and we'll see how tightly that has been tuned around the actual survival mechanism. No game audio, oh really? Okay, that's too bad. You're not hearing the wonderful tones of Gusty Garden, and sometimes, you know, it's just a problem with the overload of many mechanics going on at once, so why don't we try to give that a quick fix as we normally do. Yeah, unfortunately, the more I look into that issue, the more the solution just looks like either A, get a more powerful computer, or B, get a better cooling environment. And yeah, thank you for the addition. We haven't played your latest one, as you know. So, looking forward to Flaming Fortress of Fury, and yes, Explicit, welcome back as well. I started a bit later than we usually do today, but I wasn't actually sure we were going to go ahead with the stream. I will try to leave the queue open for a reasonable amount of time, though, and we'll see how everything goes. I came on partly because the first clear was available on the level that I'm playing now as my warm-up. It is paired with another level that I may attempt as well, if the first clear is also available on that. So, let's try to grab that one up. Let me know, once again, if there are any additional issues with the sound. And that may occur, because we have had to patch that up just now. And yeah, it's going to let everything fan out. It's kind of interesting how variety is introduced to the pattern just sort of naturally over the course of the stack, that you actually do have quite a lot going on with the entirety of this bullet pattern, just depending on whatever changes have been going on with the synchronization of the Ludwigs involved. Can't exactly see what's going on because I have been mostly paying attention to Luigi's positioning. But I am pretty sure this is going to be a pure survival fight. And also, the thing that you can't quite see on the stream, which has been affecting my performance here slightly, is the fact that for a moment during all this bullet hell dodging, a fly actually landed on my monitor, having been drawn by the light, and luckily it wasn't disguising it too much when it comes to projectiles, but that was definitely a slight irritation. It is gone now, though. I'm not going to slap it and knock down my entire technical setup. But as we see the landing point on the right, you can see basically how that Ludwig stack finished up. And yeah, I guess it is a matter of RNG. And the Vitruvian Man, thank you for the submission of Path of Pain. Okay, so that is indeed the first clear of Bullet Inferno Galaxy. Before we get to the queue, I'm going to see if there is a first clear still available on its sister level, which is the shooter version of Bullet Inferno Galaxy, for a fight fire with Fire Yoshi. Use the ceiling pipes once the clear condition is met. And after this, we will head directly into the queue. Reach the goal after defeating all of the Ludwigs, and we have to defeat all 7. Going to completely miss the 1-ups that were available to us at the beginning. And of course, we only really need 1 propeller suit. We have a couple of chances at Yoshi, which is interesting. Well, 2 chances at Yoshi. And we have a more relaxed 200-second time limit this time around. Oh boy. Oh, that's going to be an issue. I think, at this point, we do have to probably just take the death. Wait, no. There was something about the pipes, wasn't there? Didn't the pipes give us a refresh? There was something in the level description about the pipes, and I've forgotten it already. And hey, Icky Brady, welcome back. I may have to tap back out of this one just to read the description one more time, because I clearly forgot what was going on with the blue pipes that offer some kind of replenishment. But it's very clear to me that we need to maintain Yoshi at a level that allows us to fire, and in the meantime, that's going to be a bit of a tall order, just given that... Whoop. Oh, I guess Yoshi does safely land at the bottom, though, that we are not so elevated to lose him completely. Yeah, don't really see what the blue pipes are about. Obviously, being hit is a risk, just given... Oh, okay, I guess that must be a reset. Yeah, given the way that the pipes were all stitched. So why don't I just continue for now, since we do still have Yoshi in hand. We don't actually need use of the reset. At least I don't think we do. We haven't defeated a single Ludwig yet. Really do need to stand out here and fire from a kind of middle position. Yikes. I think hitting the time limit is probably going to be the issue we ultimately run into here. Oh, we got 2 down. We got 3 down. Okay, a lot of them. Look at that stacking priority. That's pretty much how it works, I guess. Now, do we just ride it out all the way to the end, or do we take the pipes once the clear condition has passed? I think we actually do take the pipes. Hopefully this is not just a reset back to the beginning. The pipes are to finish the level once the clear condition is met. Okay, wonderful. You're not dead when you lose Yoshi, actually, because Yoshi runs along the bottom track and is within range of being reclaimed, and you could kind of see that he was being propelled forward by a belt. So the propeller actually did give you a bit of a hit buffer. And yeah, that's always the risk with the way I play these levels, is I tend to forget what the opening text is telling me pretty much as soon as I get into the level. But yeah, we managed to get a first clear on both variants of that, so thank you, Argarok, or Ragnarok, depending on whether we're dealing with the Norse mythology or the Zelda one, for dropping by and also for creating these levels. So with that in mind, let's get into the queue. So we are going to pull up the latest creation from Electro Dude, which I think last time I kind of glanced over it. It's from a couple of days ago, and it is some kind of shell level. Last time I glanced at it, it was something in the 0.5% range. We'll see how doable it is on our end. Flaming Fortress of Fury. Team Shell, for James always being fired up. And you've got a 0.56 on it currently, so yeah, from earlier in the week. Let's see how we do. Sometimes when I see something in the 0.5 range, sometimes we do it, and sometimes, depending on the existing player base and how they may have swayed the clear rate overall, it is much more problematic. Okay. Just have to kind of get warmed up for the early rooms. And yeah, it looks like it should be a... I'm looking at the shell markers there and deciding which shell I should be bouncing off. Thank you for the follow. And for the submission. I'm obviously releasing too early, but I'm still trying to make a determination as to which marker... Oh, I see. No. It's bounce, bounce, and then throw. Yeah, that's obvious to me now. Takes a moment sometimes to really kind of read these properly, but I think we have the order down accurately, just the execution being a bit of a problem for us as always. But we'll learn it as we go, and it might just be something that takes a couple sessions of practice, as with anything involving the shells. Yeah, thank you for the maker code you submitted. That was indeed what it was. Looks like we just need to stand back a little bit, I think, given that the throw will be against the Muncher, probably. Get on top of that shell. Oh, no, I see. You need to throw into the Boo in order to spawn the Goomba, and then that will give you the ability to get a bounce. That is a little bit off-screen, but it does confirm that we have a lock on the vertical positioning of the camera. That's just something that we'll need to take into account as we bounce our way over to the next segment. But yep, just gotta throw into the Boo, and that's what's going to give us a Goomba to work with. And for those of you new here, I don't have a strict time limit, but I'm not going to stay on this forever either. We'll learn it as much as we can, and we'll get further down to queue, and if we haven't cleared it, I sometimes continue unfinished levels over multiple attempts as they become resubmitted. And so that's our usual policy. When it comes to the wait time in the queue, for those of you who are here for the first time, quite often it's going to wind up on an average of about 20 minutes per level, some of them being longer, some of them being shorter. It's usually between 20 and 30 minutes that I start to cut things off, or consider moving to the next one, so... Okay, no re-upload for this one? Yep. And that's fine. Unless, of course, it turns out I break something really critical, other than my controller. Oh, no, we're supposed to hit that block. Yes, that's right. Okay, I see now that something flies out of there and will give us something else to jump on, some other mechanism. That should be obvious. I actually do kind of like how Boo is disguising that target. I also think it's fairly consistent so far about allowing me to do things with full jumps, and that's something we should keep in mind. That full jumps actually do give me a lot of the appropriate timings. Explicit 200, your world has gotten harder. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of people beat this, a lot of good people beat this, Electrodude said, because that would be why the clear rate is inflated. I remember the first day or two that it was up, it was something like 3%, and given what you were telling me about this being one of your harder shell levels, I, of course, disbelieved that that would be something accurate. But I think when it comes to clear rates, you have to keep in mind that you know, some levels just won't really be played by people who do not trust themselves to execute that technique. That if people really don't think they will ever do a shell jump level, they'll tap out after very few attempts, and that's something that also tends to keep the clear rate high. That the people who are of a skill level that will grind these will also quite often, whoops, that's a total miss, quite often be the ones who bother to put in about 100 attempts. And yeah, people who are Team Shell regulars, of course, would have a much easier time with some of this basic stuff. And I can definitely see the full jump tuning. I think that is something that is quite apparent, even from the earliest obstacles. But yeah. Yeah, in a way, I mean, there is a moment there when you're off camera and have to kind of hold your breath. Whoops. Off camera and have to hold your breath in terms of how I'm positioning my landing. But I feel like the adjustment down to coin path is actually quite nice. Whoops. No. Getting there, I saw the throw marker, and for some reason I was thinking about firing the Fire Flower, and that was obviously not the right approach. I was already thinking ahead to how the Fire Flower might be relevant, but that just kind of confused me when the throw markers were still relevant to shells. So yeah, Electrodude, is this your first time here this week? Because I think, I mean, I haven't been streaming as much as usual. We've only done the Thursday daytime session, and we had a 4YMM day before that. Nocturo beat this in a one-shot second section. Yeah, well, I mean, Nocturo has considerable experience. I mean, I don't watch Nocturo very often simply because, you know, I don't speak Korean, despite all of the StarCraft streams that I've watched over the years. But here we go. Yeah, it's always nice when people who have a good sense of accuracy can prove that the markers are usable blindly. Honestly, I think markers are much less of a barrier here than the fact that there is naturally going to be some off-camera play, and I totally understand why there is off-camera play. In terms of getting the mechanisms on the lowest level to be consistently visible and to trigger in the way that you want. In some ways, I actually do prefer it this way, that you have a locked position. Now that I've gone down that coin trail a couple times. And that certainly, in some of the shell levels I played in the past, that falling back down into something that you can't see is maybe a bigger source of frustration. First upload 10 minutes, second upload about an hour, okay. Coming in a little bit low on a shell throw every time, even though it is, of course, hitting the appropriate target. Okay. Yeah, I just need to get this to go smoothly, like the subterranean shell level that we never actually finished. But I mean, I do like trying to, you know, practice this with a level that I trust to be pretty decently well put together. It's the only way to really learn this kind of level anyway. Yep, still a little bit off target. There we go. Oh, nope, bit of a miss there. Yep, kind of looking forward to seeing why else there would be a reason for this strength on the camera to keep all the positioning stable. I will say that I think I generally like it as is anyway. Whoops, missed the full jump there. And then that's going to be a throw. Now, even losing the Fire Flower, it was, I think, possible for me to proceed, but at some points I would run into a Fire Flower check, or some kind of check on damage that would become relevant. That was not the case yet, but I think even if I lose the Fire Flower, if I am capable of trying the next few shell throws, I should do that just for the sake of practice. Okay, that's a miss. Yeah, probably a good idea to play things when you are fully awake. That's not really what I do all the time, but you know, we'll see about that. And we'll just try to learn this a little bit at a time, so those of you who have viewed here, do sit tight. Obviously not expecting to clear it this session, but I feel like getting more and more of it down consistently and understanding where to go in the level is always a meaningful form of progression. It is very satisfying when I do manage to get through one of these, and sometimes I do. Hey, Awesome Lamp, welcome back. And yeah, I think the low camera does solve a lot of things with levels like these, so long as the little bits where you get enough height to go off camera are still within the control of the player. I mean, the first off-camera jump here takes a little adjustment to get used to it, but as long as you don't have too many of those, and as long as you have a lot of room to reposition yourself, like you do with a full screen's worth of a drop-down coin trail here, then it's not too bad. It's just kind of momentarily threatening when I'm off-screen and kind of have to rely on my intuitive knowledge of the mechanics and my momentum just to get a sense of my arc. But the more I play it, the more controllable it seems, and so... Nope, missed the shell jump due to the adjustment there. Yeah, it did a bit of a mid-air adjustment to pull back a bit, and did so again on that death. And that was what was the end of that attempt, so... like I said, it is always kind of satisfying to proceed through this gradually. I think a few months ago I would have been quite astonished that I could even get through this much. Because at that point I had very little experience at all with anything involving a shell jump, really. That's not something that I really picked up as a skill set, even in these very clearly marked scenarios, until the time that I started to stream, so... Little diagonal track and coin is a shoot indicator. Okay, that's good to know in advance. I was wondering what the shoot indicators would look like, and of course, reading a lot of the other moving parts for the first time, it was not something I had determined just yet, so... Good to know that. I'll try to look out for it when I see it, although obviously, sometimes even if I know to expect something, I don't necessarily do it. Oops. I do feel like the descent into actually getting the Fire Flower is a pretty reliable one. Like, I like the positioning on it, even though it is floating down a parachute. I don't think aiming towards it is ever really much of an issue. Always worry a little bit about reliability or the way that parachute objects tend to lead where I want to go, but in that instance, I think it's very clear. If I see an open bomb, you can probably be expected to shoot it. Yeah, because I was looking ahead at how that stack with the big bomb going all the way up to the Monty Mole, which is where I died last time, like at the limit of my current progression, how that was going to work, and I hadn't yet really read the stack to see if it was going to be something based on things collapsing or based on a shoot interaction like that. Yeah. I see, so I fire that shell, it's going to hit the on-off switch, I bounce off the mole, I pick up that shell again, and I fire it a second time. I think that's clearly what's supposed to happen, is that it's release, bounce to the mole, pick up, release. Really satisfying once things start to come together. Not so much. Yeah, okay, and that's a bit of a Fire Flower block. Because hitting the on-off switch is going to release the muncher up the upper stack to give me access to the next fireball indicator on the top right. Explicit 200, that was how I felt even just a few months ago. Couldn't do a single shell jump. Now, I mean, obviously my hit rate, even for a very well-marked shell jump, is maybe still only about 20%. Which means that doing consecutive shell jumps is a huge problem. But if I'm allowed to just kind of collect myself, reposition myself, and get further down the level, particularly when the marking is clear and when the targets are clear, it's not so bad. The biggest thing to correct, which is a challenge for me, is that with most shell jumps, you are expected to just release and repress the dash button without letting go of the jump button. And a lot of them are designed around that expectation, and I think Electrodude, for instance, always designs around that expectation. And that's actually kind of a difficult habit to pick up, because it's not something that you are ever expected to do in a standard Mario format. I don't think there's a single thing in standard Mario that ever encourages you to build that habit of staying in a full jump when you fire something in midair. And so I found that that has actually been responsible for a lot of mistakes, and that a lot of shell jumps started to come together much more easily once I developed the muscle memory to do that. And it is a question of muscle memory, like you have to be able to do it with your fingers without thinking. I should make a shell jump level to kind of practice it. Yeah, given how much practice I put into pretty much everything I make and how much tuning I spend my time doing, I feel like that would be something that would be a valuable exercise. I don't know if that's something that I'm going to be doing soon, but I think that there's enough of a player base for this kind of level that I don't need to worry too much about having players who would be willing to look at that. And, you know, that's part of why something like Team Shell exists as a community in the first place, right? Is that you have an expectation that people who are aware of that tag and make levels for each other on that tag are willing to appreciate, work with these mechanics. And so we'll see, because I feel like now that I've played more levels that... Whoops, no, I have to bounce first. Now that I've played more levels that actually use this, that might be something worth looking into. I feel like, though, that, you know... I mean, like, the marking in this level, for instance, is very good. It's very clean, and particularly on the black background of the SMB Through Castle theme, like everything is extremely readable. I find, though, that I tend to have a much more conservative approach to things like track markers, as you probably know. But playing the Space Pig level, that was kind of an easy shell-based level that was available in 4YMM this week, and also playing the previous one that he had submitted to AGDQ, I think definitely kind of opened my eyes to how a shell level could be done with minimal markings and still be very coherent and still feel very reliable. And so, like, that's the kind of design that I would probably just try to study if I were to make a shell level, that I would want to put a lot of the focus on the readability of the layout. Like I said, I don't know if that's something I really intend to do anytime soon. I feel like I want to put some work into making some puzzle levels, actually, because I haven't really created anything that is just a, you know, hardcore logic puzzle, despite how many of them I play on this stream. And, you know, there's just generally a lot that I want to do in Mario Maker that I haven't done, simply because of how rarely I upload. And Dingity Dingus, thank you for the submission. Looking forward to the Frog in the Dark. And yeah, Electrodude, given that you have so many interactive parts, I think the clarity is definitely appreciated. I think the best markers so far, as I've been saying, like the kind of MVP of the marking system in this level has been the coin descent from off-screen. I think that is a big part of what makes this early segment click. That it actually feels like a very gentle adjustment to make. But also because, you know, you have things going on like the Boo here disguising your target, where occasionally, if you have a very obvious target such as a question block that is clearly going to activate to the next setup, then that is something that, you know, maybe isn't quite as dependent on the marker. But when you have something like the Boo there, yeah, I think that's probably necessary. But yeah, so far very fond of the marking system in this one, though. I think it's very clear even when I die that I can look ahead and say, okay, I can see what's supposed to happen here the next time I come back. And so if I just execute the thing right, I have the knowledge already to take a few additional steps. But yeah, question blocks, things like the on-off blocks. Obviously, sometimes you have some much longer range drops that are supposed to hit an on-off block, and that's something where release timing is going to matter quite a great deal. And yeah, getting more comfortable with mechanic in general, though. Much more comfortable than I ever would have expected. Okay, just a bit late in adjusting to the fact that I was actually about to succeed. There is a certain order there that I have to keep in mind. Yeah, it is very satisfying to just be able to progress on a level like this piece by piece, though. I think this has been a pretty interesting experience so far. And of course, I didn't pay much attention to what its length is. But so far, the actual technical finesse involved in the setups has really not felt harder than the spike pole level that had blocked me for weeks. The only thing, of course, is getting used to things like the fire flower timings and how they would affect certain things like my ability to hold a full jump. Like, again, that would be partly just a matter of building good habits and muscle memory. Whoops. It's a long one, okay. Well, we've been warned. And so, even as a long one, we can make some progress in the meantime, and feel pretty satisfied in doing so. 2 CPs? Okay. Well, I mean, still learning the first segment. That's some progress. And yeah. Might just be another one that's a long-term project. But... okay, just missed a bounce off the mole. Once again, fairly clear what was supposed to happen there. That's the on-off would have the muncher drop. Then we would have a second shell jump to get us over that stack. Whoops. Okay. You need to make a mother boss world. What do you mean by a mother boss world? A mother to all your other bosses, or a boss that is based on the game Mother? Or the series, of course, that would be known in the West as Earthbound Beginnings, Earthbound, and... hey Reggie, where's Mother 3? Another warning, it has reclaims. Well, you know, we'll have to learn those sooner or later. And, of course, that's just assuming that we have to have the ability to get through some of the earlier segments first. So, you know, even if I don't finish something, it is a satisfying experience to make some progress and feel like we are able to interact with the level and see what's going on. I mean, as you very well know, that I'm perfectly fine with the old kind of arcade survival approach to difficulty, where I don't feel like enjoying something is conditional on finishing it. I think sometimes in Mario Maker, you know, it's very easy to be a little bit reluctant about liking anything you haven't finished simply because you haven't seen what possibly terrible or unfair thing is in the part of the level that you haven't reached yet. But yeah, I am enjoying this one quite a lot, so... what's the hardest shell jump level? Okay, so explicit... well, there isn't a hard answer to that. Look up Team Shell, and you can actually sort the levels by difficulty. Or by their difficulty as they are perceived by shell jump players. So, for example, and it's sort of on a peer-reviewed rating scale. So, for example, some of the easy entry-level Space Pig stuff, like the 4YMM level or the AGDQ level, they're kind of like a 1.5. Some of Electrodude stuff, they're kind of between a 2 and a 3. Some of the highest ones go up to, what, 6 or 7? Of course, I think a lot of this was popularized by, certainly in Mario Maker 1, certainly popularized by Panga, who is a very big streamer in his own right because he is an excellent, excellent technical player. And if you're on YouTube, you can also look up Lil Curbs, who does a lot of first clear or world record videos of levels that are notoriously difficult, and I like his videos specifically because he edits them down very cleanly, that in the space of 5 minutes you can see him do a sort of slow motion walkthrough of his clear footage and show you all the tricks that he's doing that you know, would be very hard to see or understand by yourself when just watching, because everything happens so quickly. 12 is the max for the Team Shell system? Okay. Yeah, because... That's a very good question. I think that, and of course, in the shell jump is just so. Oh, I see. So you actually grab a shell that falls down. It's not the shell that bounces back. I was thinking the shell bounces back and you get up on your way up the mole, right? And no, it's actually the shell that falls down from the ceiling. So that's a fair amount of progress. For those in the queue, I will probably only put in a few more attempts on this one for now. And see if I can recover my position and perhaps even get over the on-off column, which has been the limit of our progression so far. And I'll be moving on from this one shortly after that. Yeah, I don't know if Lil Curb still has the record on Bowser's Big Bean Burrito. Trickiest of timers. I actually don't think I've seen that video or know about that level, the trickiest of timers. So, a level can't have 100 shell jumps in a row to use a sprite limit? Maybe. Because the way that you can get around the sprite limit is by having activation mechanisms that just spawn more objects as you go. And if there are ways to create setups that are created on spawn as you progress through the level, then it might be possible. I was playing around with that quite a lot when... So, I'm not going to say too much about it, but I do have a level that is mostly done. And will be hopefully released in the next few weeks, and Electrodude did playtest an early version of it, although much of it has changed. When I originally worked on it, like, part of the concept was, okay, I'm getting everything spawned from invisible blocks anyway, and I'm just never going to have a problem with the sprite limit again, and it's going to be wonderful, because, you know, I'm just creating the entire level as you play, and I could just use tons and tons of sprites and not worry about a thing. By the time I was finished, I had completely blocked up the entity limit in both worlds anyway. So yeah, but the entity limit is a problem for me because I like contraptions so much. Now that is a little bit of a tight margin between picking up the shell that drops and being able to fire it off right away, but I guess I just have a bit of poor reaction time for when that shell grab is actually successful, and so like the margin of time between the high shell grab and the throw towards the muncher for the last shell jump over that column is something that I have a bit of trouble adjusting to. Yeah, you see, I'm just way too late on that shell throw, I think. And I think it is late, rather than early. Hey, Redux99, welcome back. I did see you had a new 1.0 version that was up and running. Really looking forward to playing that one later. So yeah, maybe one more good solid attempt on this, and I will put it aside for now, just so I can get through more of the queue. Electrodude being a regular here is likely to see quite a lot more of this in the fewer level sessions to come anyway. So I'll just try to get in one more really good solid run that covers most of the ground that we've had so far, just to see if I can get it down a little more consistently. Yeah, Explicit, I really do feel like we have far too few tags right now that they've introduced a lot of the additional tags, like the link tag, the single player tag, etc. There are a lot of levels where I think the single player tag, which prevents your level from being searchable in multiplayer, whoops, sorry, lost focus for a second, which prevents your level from being searchable in multiplayer, it just takes up a spot needlessly. I mean, sometimes I think it's better to just have two tags that actually tell you something useful, and if people run into a course that is totally broken on multiplayer, well, that's just going to happen. Okay, at this point, we will slap a like on this, because this has been a great time so far through Flaming Fortress of Fury, and we will admit defeat. But this is one that I'm perfectly willing to progress on. If Mr. Electrodude wants to resubmit it between now and whenever he completes another level. So let's mark this as a remove for now. And since that was... I mean, we plugged that one in as next, but since Electrodude was a sub, rather than going sub next right away, I'm going to go straight to next. The next sub is going to be the Awesome Lamp, but we'll take a look at you after Explicit. Oh, Kana's already on that level. Bullet Inferno Galaxy. Kana, and I do think that's how it's pronounced, is an incredible Japanese maker, going to feature some more of their work in tomorrow's stream, I think. Been having tons of fun with those levels since they were introduced to me a couple of weeks ago. I think the Magikoopa statue one was a particular standout. No, it's B4G, right? B4. Okay, so here's Explicit. Explicit, I know that you've been continuously updating your world and that you've re-uploaded it here. If they are just minor revisions to levels that I've done already, though, I think maybe would prefer to just play one of your levels on their own. Unless this is like something totally brand new with like a boss world. Okay, world way different. Okay, let's do it then. Yeah, so for those of you new here, I pull up world rules. We will at least play the first level normally like we would play a first level. After that point, though, whether we continue depends on time and also depends on whether we hit the game over screen. Oh, Kena is also a reference to Third Mazo Toho. I can see why your bullet hells get along. You'll see each other in bullet hell. So let's take a look at the latest Super Explicit world, which is apparently completely different, and I did see from your list that you had a couple of boss fights stacked together. We'll begin as usual with a bank of 69 lives, which is nice. So, can you beat Wendy? Phase 1. Oh, 16-second time limit, okay. Feels like we're going much too slow then. Oh. I see we're going off screen at the very top of the second half of the main world. That was what was throwing me off there. Fuzzy Beetles was I couldn't quite see. At landing zone, despite all the practice that we had with Electrodude just now. Oh, I felt like I wanted to do a shell deflection to send a shell coasting down towards Wendy. And that doing 2 shell hits was probably the best way to go about it, because then we don't have to worry so much about the shell phase. You know, get 2 shell hits, and here we go. And 5 seconds though, wow, okay. Oh, I see, okay. Not sure about the 20-second limit here. I feel like it would already be an interesting level without the 20-second limit. That with a more relaxed limit, that you have a bit more time to read the level and the pattern, and that if you really want people to do it fast, you know, that can be a personal challenge they have for the world record. Basically, I don't think the 20-second requirement is really that necessary, particularly because I don't see where the... Oh, no, you know what? The goal card must be down below anyway. Because we're already at the goal screen. And yeah, we just take that. So we don't need to beat Wendy, okay. That is just a big distraction. Also, ignore Wendy and grab Mushy and jump into the goal. Yeah, I understood that as soon as I was processing the question. What I was about to say on that last attempt. That's a bit of a trick out, fake out course. Yeah, sure. What I was about to say on that last attempt was that I noticed that there was no key door, and I was scrambling around looking for the exit, and then I realized, wait a minute, the entire second half is actually the curtain background. And that's when I noticed what the solution was supposed to be. So, can you beat Wendy? Phase 2. And now we have to reach the goal after defeating all one Wendy. Okay. And now we have a little bit more generous amount of time, but also a camera lock. Yep, that we have, I think, something like a custom scroll that's affecting our position here, even though this is single screen, given the goal position. Okay. So yeah, kind of interesting. Now the time pressure feels pretty fair, I think. I do have to think about how we are ultimately going to get into the goal screen, though. Because it feels like I'd need to do some kind of diagonal. Like, that goes... Oh, no, I can just slip in through, this side here. Like, I would need to fall in, wouldn't I? Like that. Yeah. I was just testing that attempt to see if we would make contact with the goal, and it appears that we will. Thank you, Mr. L, for the submission. Somebody by the name of Mr. L, I'm sure, is looking forward to the new Paper Mario, even though Mr. L might not be making a comeback anytime soon. And yeah, thank you for the Unstoppables. Now, whoops. Yeah, that's going to be in a week. I will probably stream it. I don't know yet, because as a smaller stream, it's sometimes a difficult call if I'm going to be doing more, you know, large-scale single-player stuff, because there isn't really the same kind of interaction that you get with things like viewer levels. So I don't know if people are particularly interested in watching me play Paper Mario, but the thing is, I'm going to play it anyway, right? So either I play it on stream or I play it off stream, and that's going to be the difference. And yeah, I know the last few, you know, that they have had their issues. I mean, I do have opinions about the last few. I don't hate them the way that some people do. And I'm not sort of as adherent to the idea that Paper Mario needs to go back to the 64 and Thousand Year Door style. But I do think that completely apart from that question, that Sticker Star had some huge issues, and that some of those problems did stick around for Color Splash, even though I thought Color Splash improved a lot of things all around. And Explicit, these are actually not bad. Like, I actually like the boss rooms quite a bit. It's a very simple concept. The timer here, I mean, the first level was a bit of a fake out. That's true. But this one, yeah, I get it. Just need to slide over to the right side, back in, fall in this way. Ooh. Okay, so I do need to do a little bit of an adjustment. I was sure that falling in that way would be the ultimate solution, because it looked like I would touch the corner of the goal card before falling into the spike. Now that that's not the case, I feel like I have to rethink that a little bit. But as a kind of boss room setup, this is not bad for something that is a one-screen boss fight. Like that, I actually think that, you know, having to work your way around and try to eliminate Wendy's height advantage while navigating your way around the spikes is something that feels pretty fair, especially within this timer. So I think this has been working out fairly well so far, although, once again, like the previous level, there is a little bit of off-screen positioning that comes from just the camera lock. So yeah, I mean, I can definitely see why you would have the camera lock, because that would be something that tunes the difficulty a bit in such a way that Wendy's height advantage really matters. I feel like that also makes the proper approach, trying to lead her down to the lower level. Time limit all around feels quite fair, though. I don't have too many concerns about that. The only reason I'm wrapping around here is just to give myself some space, buy myself some time as she gets out of the shell phase, because the shell phase is not really going to take her around. Now, here's the part I'm a little bit concerned about. That, you know, having to make a little bit of an adjustment to not hit the spikes feels like a little bit of a fake out. And I'm not sure I actually like this. It's a little too precision-oriented for me, and I don't think that the precision challenge of falling into the goal is as interesting as the boss. Like, I think it kind of makes the level a little bit worse. But the fact that it is a one-screen boss makes that a little more acceptable, I guess. Anyway, to answer your question, Mr. L, respecting Nintendo's decision to try new things, yeah, so do I. I think that when they did it with Paper Mario, that Super Paper Mario, rather, as you know, when they brought in Mr. L, that certainly got some interesting results. I really did enjoy Super Paper Mario. I haven't played it since 2007, but I played it pretty much completely back in 2007. I think it's more that sometimes the newer mechanics don't feel like they are as well thought out. Like, the thing that strikes me about Thousand Year Door, and I've returned to it several times over the years, is that a lot of the simple systems are extremely deep. Like, the badge system is wonderful in that game. The fact that you could allocate so many points to badges was actually a subtle improvement from 64 in that, you know, you could do something like a 10 HP run or a 5 HP run, and it would make the game extremely engaging because you would have to kind of not only hit all of the combat timings, but also really understand your badge loadouts and the whole combat system very well. And so there was a lot of depth to that game that was self-imposed, a lot of things that you could do to make the experience much more interesting for yourself. And that, you know, Thousand Year Door is one of those games that I think is probably even way better than the designers must have intended. And also, I think, very influential in that, you know, most of Hollow Knight's best ideas about how to use its badge point system, for instance, I thought were a system that was best done in early Paper Mario. I know that's been back in Bug Fables, which is the kind of old school Paper Mario tribute that's been going around. But I haven't looked at Bug Fables yet on my side, so... Okay, let's give a look at this Precision Challenge one more time. Once again, I think it is kind of the worst part of the level. I think building up more of a dash, more P-speed, and then sliding off is probably the answer. The problem with the clear condition here is that it doesn't really allow me to practice that. I think maybe I just need to build up as much of a dash as possible off this edge. Like, I need to, like, really start on this edge and just dash, dash, dash. And maybe the subtle difference in the physics will be enough to get me over. Yeah, but I don't really like the precision tech, to be honest. I mean, it's nice to have a little bit of tension there, where it's okay, you beat Wendy, you beat the boss, now you need to do one last thing. I think it's okay to have a bit of tension there to, you know, make you finish the fight properly. But there's sort of a difference between that tension and having a precision check like that in a level that's not really a precision level, you know? And yeah, exactly. I loved the flexibility of a game like Thousand Year Door. That, you know, when you compare it to 64, you can really tell how Thousand Year Door was all about giving you more flexibility and more about making you feel like you had a very customized experience when it came to the party or the playstyle that you wanted. And I think that was what was partly so endearing about the companion designs as well, that the companions really did add a lot to the game mechanically. Yeah, I don't know... Okay. Like, clearly a dash is not enough to work with. Ah, that might be enough to work with. Look at that, look at that. Okay, I'm going to burn a couple of attempts on this because I think it's necessary. That if I do just kind of a jump off the vine, maintain momentum, I should be able to hit that dead center. Okay. Okay, okay. I feel like I've kind of come closer to solving this then. Again, boss fight, reasonably satisfying. I think the issue with a precision check like that at the end is mainly that until I do it at the end of the level, there's no way to tell whether it's going to succeed. That, you know, I have so many attempts where it looks like the thing I do is going to work. And I don't actually have a way of knowing if it's going to work until I beat Wendy every time. But we'll try to clear this. And yeah, the fight itself is fine. I think that Just having a one-screen boss level is actually maybe something I don't see enough. Having everything on a single screen lock and having, you know, no frills around it. Making it pretty much all about the layout. Okay, now let's try the method that we were talking about. Going to jump off, maintain momentum, get clear. There we go. Let me see how long we have been on this one so far. And yeah, okay, we managed. And okay, we haven't been on this for too long. I'll try to do at least one more. According to our world rules, we've been on this for pretty much exactly 15 minutes, so that'll give time to start one more, but this will be the last one that I start. And we'll see how we do. You beat Wendy, phase 3. Reach the goal after defeating all 2 Wendys. So yeah, minor variation so far. Once again, about 50 seconds. I mean, I think standing back and just spamming is probably one of the better ideas I can do here. I mean, I can always bop her with Clown Car. Actually, I can bop her rather safely with Clown Car, so... yeah, once again, we have to deal with a camera lock. And actually, the camera lock would just come from not building on the top half of the level. It is not a custom scroll or anything like that. Okay, fairly simple. Interesting that it was a much simpler and more straightforward level than the 2 that we had seen previously. But at this point, since we are past the 15-minute mark on this submission, I will call it for now on this world. Explicit, if you want to resubmit into the queue, I will continue where we left off. So, and then we'll just go on to do part 4 or 5, etc. So, thank you for that. Let's move on to the next one for now, which I believe will be a sub-next. So yeah, this is 20 levels, but a lot of them seem to be single boss phases, like what we've seen so far, and that's perfectly fine. I feel like they've definitely been... I mean, you know, they've been pretty workable concepts so far for single-screen bosses. Sometimes with a little bit of a fake-out element to them, but that's something that we can learn and work with as we go. Explicit, wait until I clear you from the queue first. I'm going to remove first, and then you can resubmit. So this is the current state of the list. It's going to be a sub next because Awesome Lamp is here. And yeah, Explicit, I know, because it said that there were 20 levels in there. And so, as I said, I'm perfectly willing to continue. Oh, last time, yeah, that's true. But that's what happens when the entire world resets, is that... You know, yeah, usually if people submit me something that is a world and they have to tear down the whole thing to revise something, I usually won't continue in the world mode. I would just continue where we left off, just so we don't do all of the same content. But... Okay, Awesome Lamp. I've apparently done everything yours except for 3. At this point, it is going to be some of the earlier, easier stuff, but we might as well clear it and run down your list. So here's a stroll down Mushroom Plains. It's a wonderful day outside, so Mario goes to take a walk. Okay. So it is supposed to be kind of a traditional 1-1 kind of tuning. Pretty wide and spacious. Goombas, and oh, here's a pipe secret. I think that like doing a good 1-1 style level actually is kind of a difficult skill in its own right. I remember the very first community that I was a part of back in Maker 1, I think, had like a contest at the very beginning of Maker 1 to just make a simple introductory level. And, you know, how do you hold a contest for that, right? When the point is to have something that's a gentle instructional entry point. And the more you play these, the more you realize just how well-designed Nintendo's own takes on this concept really are. That, you know, when you take a look at something like the first level of pretty much any of the standard Mario games, that's we'll try to redo this because this is quick enough that I want to see how much I can approximate a record. But when you see, you know, the introductory levels to pretty much everything Nintendo does, you really begin to appreciate, oh, we have no mushroom. Okay. Just how much they set the agenda for the whole game and how much they do to just tell you this is what's new in this game, that's what it's going to be about. And yeah, it is Luigi who is taking a walk today because I didn't switch off Luigi from when I was doing viewer levels yesterday. We lost 3 seconds, and that's because of that stopping point for the mushroom as well as some other things. So let's see what we can do here. We will in the meantime probably tank the clear rate just from a couple of retries. I don't do this for every level, I just do this for the ones that are really quick and easy, because, you know, no need to just spend 20 seconds on something in a queue. I forgot the mushroom. Okay. Might as well try to get a little bit more out of the experience. It will not be a serious push for the record, I just want to see if I can make a reasonable attempt at it. But yeah, very difficult sometimes, I think, to do like an actual intro style level. And we'll see. I do think, Awesome Lamp, that when it comes to difficulty, that maybe it's just a little bit empty. Look at how close we were. Well, no, we can't accept that. 0.003? I didn't know this game actually counted in increments down to 0.003. I thought the individual frames were longer than that, but we can't accept that result. No. Okay, that's a bit of a stop. Okay, that's a totally blown attempt. Yeah, thank you for Curse of Sledgelock. That's not one of yours, is it? It's a recommendation, or... Which is perfectly fine, by the way. Okay. Should have been making use of the triple jump. Yeah, Awesome Lamp, when you were talking about the difficulty tuning of this one, deciding it was too easy, I think it's a little difficult to say because it is built wide in such a way that it is kind of expecting that the players will be people who already know how to hold dash all the way and so on, right? And I think levels that are actually on the scale... Okay, I guess we're not going to do it. Oh, whoops. Yeah. On the scale of... hang on. I actually did think I should have put a like on that one. Let's just do one more attempt. Levels that are kind of on the scale of an introductory experience, like 1-1, often do accommodate the fact that a lot of players are going to be pretty much completely new to it and might not even be accustomed to the dash button, I think. Okay, that dead stop there is a little bit weird, so I'm going to blow this attempt and just kind of show you what I'm talking about here. that when I do a wall jump here, I do a wall jump up left, I always expect to be able to continue my wall jump, but instead I'm landing on this ledge. That's throwing me way off. Red Ruger, welcome back. Yeah. Okay, I don't think the speed attempt is going to happen. I think we have to admit defeat by 0.003, unfortunately. Red Ruger list online does not very reliably give you a picture of who is online because sometimes Twitch and Warp World are behind. But it does give you, I think, a decent sense of scale. We'll mark that as a win and we'll go back to the next queue. So yeah, Electro Dude, I certainly appreciate the recommendation. Particularly now I'm through pretty much everything on your list that is doable for me on one segment. Korea Collins, are you still here? Korea Collins, please check in. If not, we will move on. And yeah, that's why List Online doesn't necessarily show you what's up. Yeah, Korea Collins, I don't believe is here, so we'll quick removal. Dingity Dingus, I think, is also left. Yeah, Mr. L, if somebody is actually online according to Twitch and Warp World, sometimes they might just be lurking or unable to chat or doing something, and I will probably give them the benefit of the doubt and start the level anyway. The reason I do the check-in is for the people who are no longer listed as online, such as Dingity Dingus, who no longer seems to be here. Hey, Miss 75214, welcome back. Do I have a high IQ? Well, I mean, it hasn't been tested in an extremely long time. I don't know if that data is even relevant anymore, or how much IQ tends to change with age. Unfortunately, I can't really give you a reliable answer. And okay, let's take a look at Redox 99. Let's go. Okay, as always, looking forward to what Redox has in store to show off some more action-oriented extravaganzas in 3D World. 3D World shell jumps. Okay, well, we'll see how we do. I see 5 clears on it so far and a 0.5. McFixit having already snagged a world record, but McFixit is a pretty good player, so. Shell jump audacity. Let's see what you had the audacity to do. I hate that banner too. Don't really know which banner you're talking about, but we'll see. How do you pronounce my name? We'll leave that up to your imagination, because I get a kick out of watching other people try. I should do some kind of supercut of clips at some point of other streamers trying to pronounce my name. Okay, so the clear condition kind of obstructed my view of what was going on a bit, as often happens, so let me just... I see, shell jump off that, okay. Yep, shell jump off that first P. Okay, no, I do see what's going on. I just have to adjust to the fact that you're working around the fact that... Well, just the fact that 3D World doesn't have track markers, and so you are working around that with use of the key blocks. And that's reading how I'm supposed to do the shell throws in relation to those P blocks is going to be part of the technical obstacle to overcome. Alex, welcome back. But anyway, the short answer to your question is that it is, of course, based on the Spanish novel Don Quixote de la Mancha, And so you do see some people pronounce it as Quixotic, but in English it is normally rendered as Quixotic. That both of them are acceptable. I have seen some spectacular variants on the name, however, by other people reading it on Twitch for the first time. Which is why I've always wanted to just kind of do a supercut of the different ways that they approach it. Did someone watch the last Direct? If you're talking about the Treehouse Live demonstration that showed off both new Paper Mario as well as the new Bakugan game from WayForward, I didn't watch it actually because I already intend to play Paper Mario. And so, you know, at this point, I don't really need to see more advertising for it. I really did miss having Treehouse Live E3 this year, though. That is not nearly enough jump height to get us over. I feel like I'm kind of missing something about that. Yeah, I really did miss the Treehouse Live demos. Because they were pretty much the highlight of E3 for me every single year since they began back in 2014. But in this case, you know, we're so close to release for Paper Mario that I really didn't feel like I needed to see more stuff. I know I'm going to play it, so... okay. Our jump arcs are having some issues here in terms of getting far enough. And... whatever, I mean, I'd never actually even heard of Bakugan until today. Because I am completely out of touch with the children. You know, that's what WayForward is as a developer, right? Is that they do kind of license games from lesser-known licenses that have a limited audience. Like, they've never worked on anything really big. I mean, there are some people who absolutely love Shantae, which is their big in-house mascot. But, like, as soon as I saw, okay, it's a new game from WayForward, you know, I knew it wasn't going to be something that I should have big expectations for. Because they've always just been a kind of backup developer that kind of does its job, right? And, you know, I know that they had a Mummy game that was fairly well received. I know that they had a River City game. Based on River City, or in Japan, Kunio-kun. And my main exposure to River City was not through the original River City Ransom. It was actually because the same sprites in River City were reused for a football game in 1990, Nintendo World Cup. Nintendo World Cup was incredible. It was made for the NES, and it supported 4 players through the 4-score attachment that allowed you to plug in 4 controllers, although I never tried it with 4 players. But it was basically the long-term precursor to Super Mario Strikers, actually, because it, you know, allowed you to play as various countries that were involved in the World Cup. Okay, shell release and then... oh, shell release back to the left. Okay, I see how the P markers are working now. That they give you the direction. I'm going to practice this. Nope, guess not. But it was kind of the precursor to Super Mario Strikers, because Nintendo World Cup 1990 would have you play as teams from the various real-world countries that participated in that World Cup. Like, you'd have Cameroon, West Germany, etc. Don't need to twirl. But when you fielded your various footballers that all looked like the characters from River City Ransom, they would also have these incredible super moves, like, you know, bicycle kicks that feel like they were much later out of Shaolin Soccer. Of course, Shaolin Soccer was not made until like a decade and a half after Nintendo World Cup, and so, you know, when I first saw Shaolin Soccer, I was thinking, wow, okay. This is just like Nintendo World Cup. And Yeah, I actually never beat River City Ransom. I could never really get through it. I do know that it was very much beloved as one of the first games of its kind that were a beat 'em up with a shop system and a distinctly contemporary and urban theme. But I never really got into it. But yeah, River City, however, anyway, the reason I was bringing up because it is exactly the kind of franchise and the scale of franchise that a developer like WayForward works on, right? And so I was never really expecting anything more important than that. And so I just saw, Bakugan come up. I'd never heard of Bakugan. I thought, okay, let's kind of give this a chance, see what this is all about. And it didn't look that interesting, so whatever, you just move on with your life and play something else, right? You just come back to Mario Maker and play more of that. So I know some people are really kind of upset that it wasn't like a really big game announcement, but honestly, I don't think it's a big deal. But yeah, I mean, I know that we're all kind of desperate for new, substantial Nintendo announcements because it's been such a long time since we've heard anything, and the thing that was the most reliable thing on the calendar, which was the E3 week Nintendo Direct, was not something we got this year for obvious reasons. No, throw left. Throw left, deflect, land on a P, and then proceed. Okay, I understand it. I understand what's supposed to happen. But yeah, I know that people are very desperate for more news on Nintendo because ever since Animal Crossing came out in March, the rest of the calendar has been such a blank. Except, of course, for the kind of surprise announcement of Paper Mario. Explicit, if you have saved up enough points for the Q skip, like, I'm not going to do it 2 in a row, but I will do somebody else's and then immediately move you up. So yes, if you have enough points for the Q skip, you can do that. I think I did recently bump the price on that, but people who are regulars here, I think, have saved up quite a bit by this point. But yeah, I mean, I'll try to run things so that they seem fair to people who have been waiting in the queue, while also being fair to people who have been my longtime loyalists. Whoops. I probably should make it 20k. It depends. I mean, it sort of depends. Because when I first started pricing some of these rewards, of course, the stream was much smaller, and I had very few people who came back for the long term. And then nowadays, pretty much every time I come on, I have a couple of returning regulars and people who have been very good to my stream for, in some cases, many months. And, you know, it's nice to have some loyalty rewards every now and then. Okay, just need to... Yeah. Oh, that was a bad way to fail that time. Yeah, I feel like a big part of this is just going to be about reading Redox's 3D World shell jump indicator system accurately. I can see that if I had a better fall there, possibly from a full jump, that I would have made it very accurately onto the shell landing. That allowed me to get a little further. And it's just cleaning up a few of these little optimizations here that is going to get me all the way across. Like that. And we're already at 18 seconds remaining. Out of a possible 30 seconds, and of course the world record went in well under 30 seconds. With a 30-second limit, the record set by McFixit was like 23 seconds or so, so keeping up with the timer is going to be much less of a concern, I think, than just being able to nail the jumps, which are not going to be that flexible. So as long as we nail each of the shell jump markers consistently, and I've made it over to, I think, the third one, this should be pretty beatable. Everything feels kind of nice and chunky in terms of the collision boxes, but, you know, that's what 3D World is for. Yeah, 23 seconds. To answer your question earlier, MS75214, I am not currently in Britain. I used to be. I did live there for many years. Okay, one moment. One moment. I need to just take care of something for a second. Okay, I'm back. Yep. Pardon the interruption, just needed to grab something from my desk. Okay, where were we? Yes, we had seen the shell throw to the right, shell throw to the left, and the third shell throw was where I was failing so far, since I'm just still in the process of developing a consistent relationship, I guess, with the way that the P indicators are being used, and seeing what the margin of error on my shell release is going to be like. We can get that down consistently, and also cover enough horizontal distance to maintain the clear condition and not bump around on the ground too much. I feel like this is pretty manageable. Just have to adjust my landings every now and then. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is that sometimes I do need to make sure I get enough height onto shell jumps. Just going to practice this to see what's next. Yeah, need to pull back a bit to hit that high block. So yeah, I feel like I do need to control my horizontal positioning on this level quite a bit. And that sometimes I do need to pull at full speed ahead, and sometimes I need to pull back just to hit a target. That's the main difficulty in this level, is just being able to control my position on the x-axis. That's the thing that matters the most. Am I sure I'm not from La Mancha? That's a very good question. Well, I suppose it depends, right? Because what is it? How does it begin? Like somewhere in a village in La Mancha? In the name of a place which I do not care to remember? Something like that. That's how it's usually translated. La Mancha is kind of part of the ambiguous imaginary. But yeah, there is a lovely statue of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza that sits in a square in Madrid. It's right by the Royal Palace in Madrid. And it's really, I think, one of the great literary monuments in the world. Like one of the great monuments that is specific to something that came out of a book. Like, I can't think of very many sculptures that are like that, but yeah, it is situated, I think, in the Plaza de España, and it is this huge column over a fountain that has a statue of Quixote and Sancho on top of it. And it's really quite something remarkable. Do I like Diet Coke? I haven't had a Diet Coke in a long time. I know some people who really kind of swear by it. You know, they have a very strong opinion about aspartame. I had this friend who, for many years, his regular order everywhere he went was a Diet Coke with no ice. So I just kind of associate that with him specifically. There is, as there was earlier on my stream, a fly that is hanging out by my monitor, and it is a massive distraction. I think it is going away, though. I can't just, you know, slap it all over the place when, first of all, I'm streaming, and secondly, my electronics are precious to me. So I'll just have to, you know, hunt it down and destroy it later. Okay, I'll try to get a much better attempt on this. There we go. Zero sugar sodas that recently came out. Okay. I don't really have canned fizzy drinks that often anymore. I did a lot when I was younger. I actually had a bit of a reputation for that at my first place of work, that I would be building these massive fortresses of soda cans at my desk. And it's been a long time since I've done that, because I became much more of a... Well, I mean, there were a few years when I was just having tea almost exclusively, and then now I've gone back to a lot of coffee. I kind of alternate between coffee and tea. The stream drink tonight has actually been apple juice, but it's been a very hot environment over here. Okay. So yeah, I feel like the shell throws and some of the horizontal distances, like that one right there, are just the main thing to worry about in this level. Sometimes worrying about whether I am pulling far ahead enough, like that jump right there. Sometimes just as a matter of the jump height that I'm getting. So, there we go. Then, as soon as you get past those obstacles, everything kind of returns to normal in terms of being reset in a way that, you know, you're no longer dependent on the motion of the shells and your initial jumping off point. Okay. That release was way too early. Okay. Mountain Dew Zero. I don't think I've ever had a Mountain Dew Zero. I mean, I know that Mountain Dew has somehow developed some kind of reputation as almost for ironic reasons, a bit of a video game brand. Maybe it's that Mountain Dew and Doritos thing that, you know, I think some of the Jeff Keighley shows were associated with many years ago when he was busy showing off Cranky Kong on a national stage. But actually, on a very serious note, I mean, Mountain Dew has been a significant esports sponsor in the past few years. That for some time they took over as the primary sponsor of the Global StarCraft 2 League, which is the main Korean competitive league. And because that was usually sponsored by people who were, I guess, beverage makers internal to Korea, like Hot Six. Sometimes, you know, other brands like that that have much more of a presence in Seoul. Attacked by an extremely aggressive fly. That sounds very unfortunate. And the kind of professional risk that you would not be warned about. Also the kind of thing that would not be reflected in the review score that somebody would give you for your delivery, that as somebody receiving an Uber Eats, they would just have no idea what the driver goes through, what kind of stuff you have to put up with. Very unfortunate. Okay. Here we are. Finally got this going. There we are. Oh, no. That seemed like it was going somewhere. Too early. But yeah, Redux as usual, you know how we run things around here. If I quite get it done on this attempt, we'll split it over multiple segments, and I'm sure we'll manage to get through this with time. Okay, have a good night, Explicit. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, but in the meantime, I am enjoying making some progress through this. I feel like there are a few things that we need to clean up along the way, but that it is working well as a level. Sometimes a little bit difficult to see if I will get enough horizontal distance, but that every time I get to a new segment, I get to do a bit of recalibration. I think that's the furthest I've gotten so far while maintaining the condition. Has 15 seconds left on the clock, which, as we know from the clear time, is actually closer to about 7 or 8 seconds of action rather remaining. So the consecutive shell jump there was something that we made. It was just a bit of a first-time adjustment to everything that was coming after. Yeah, but a lot of timings, I think, will line up again. Once you are between the shell jump obstacles, and once you link up to the standard jumps off the piranhas, everything will just kind of work again. I do see that the shell drops here are dependent partly on camera position. I did hear something like an off-screen trampoline that was positioning it. Oh, I see. That's because it's based on that block there that triggers that shell. Oh. And yeah, making some progress. See, just by the sunk cost fallacy, when I make progress like that, I just feel encouraged to continue even further. And the question is this Kaizo? Yeah, I think this kind of qualifies. I mean, most of Redox's things are things that have the same kind of level of action and precision as Kaizo, but don't really feel that way because a lot of the jump setups in the level play themselves. But I think that once you get into much more time-sensitive inputs from the player, time and position-sensitive inputs from the player, such as shell jumps, that it is within the range of what most people would consider a Kaizo level. I think it's definitely on the harder end of what Redux usually does. It's not totally unprecedented, but definitely further into the Kaizo zone than most of what usually goes on here. And that's fine. I feel like that's you know, this style of 3D world design definitely has a space for this, in that the visual clarity and reliability of most of the mechanisms still comes through quite a bit. But of course, one of the things that you would have to adjust to in 3D world, and it's the case even for some of the easier Redux levels, is the fact that you have a much more limited system of visual indication. I mean, the shell jumps are the obvious precision check in this level, but the other thing that is quite demanding on the player is just knowing when to pull back on your jumps and to land accurately. I think the artwork of 3D World makes a lot of that much more manageable, in that I feel like often I have a pretty gentle range to work with when it comes to landing on the hitboxes I want. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, thought I was going to nudge the corner that time on my way over the first of those two shell jumps. We'll just have to get that down a little more reliably. We are almost there. That is a fairly good sign. And we will get there with practice. Of that, I am absolutely sure. But yeah, fairly close at this point. I felt like we were pretty far along. We don't know what the finishing touch is going to be, because there often is one. Okay, yeah, that time again I was a little bit tense about kind of touching this corner right here on my way down, and so I wasn't expecting to actually successfully get over and meet that condition. We're going to run out the clock, obviously, but I just want to check that again. Yeah, we can see that hitting that high block is going to be a bit of an issue. Oh, that's going to be a double shell jump, and that seems to be one of the last things in the level before we make it over the final piranha. So yeah, I have adjusted the costs a bit. It is the first time in several months I have done that, so hopefully that'll still feel fair for those of you who are my regulars and who want to hear a sonnet from time to time. So, did I read Don Quixote? Yes, I did. It's been a long time since I have. Many years. But, yeah, definitely am familiar with it. And it's one that I want to read in multiple translations, to be honest, because there is a kind of range of different translations that take a different approach to the sense of humor in that book and the general tone, I think. Don't really have nearly enough Spanish to read that in the original, but, you know, who knows, one day we might make that a project. So, no, I have not read it in Spanish. I have almost no Spanish. But when people from Spain or Mexico send me a level from time to time, I might be able to make out what the description is saying just by similarity with other languages, but nope. Don't really have Spanish under my belt. I have heard that Spanish is a lot. Okay, I'm going to see if I can get one more good solid attempt on this. I was thinking about the amount that was left in this level and the final obstacle of that double shell jump that's very near the end, and given that we'll need to put in some practice in order to just to get there reliably and try it, I feel like this is one that I can definitely get within a second segment. So I don't know if Redux, you're going to be around long enough to stay for that. Okay, that was a little bit off the usual timing we could work with. But Redux, if you're able to stay, please do resubmit. I think that a second segment will probably be able to knock this one down. So. Spanish seems to have the most phonetic spelling system out of the major Romance languages. Oh, in terms of having the least drift between the actual pronunciation and writing system, that might be true. I mean, you know, outside of the Romance languages, when it comes to languages in general, English is particularly bad for that, given the way that the printing system came in before the Great Vowel Shift. But I was quite close to being there, yeah, Redox. I would be happy to continue that, because I did feel like I was quite close. So we'll actually do, let's pull up the one that you had recommended from Save B. I don't think I'd actually played anything from Save B, so definitely looking forward to giving this a look. Okay, so Curse of Sludgelock. A very recent level from a few days ago. Lemmies here in Sludgelock with some bodyguards. Their only weakness, jumps. 2% or so, that would be right in the sweet spot for what we usually do here, so let's see how we fare. It looks like the Sledge Bro doing its stun lock is going to be a big part of this level, and we can see that from the preview screen already. Yeah, so we just need to make sure we time the rhythm of our jumps such that the stun lock never happens, because when it does, it will be pretty much permanent. Oh, and I guess the Pokies are going to be fairly quick about coming all the way here, and so we just need to go right away. We don't actually have any kind of second chance. And yeah, Redox, thank you for the resubmission. Just need to get the rhythm of our jump timing down on some of the longer jumps, such that, yeah. Okay. This is pretty much exactly a rhythm game. Thought I was in danger there for a moment, but we are fine. Okay, so this is going to involve some controlled jumps or possibly some spin jumps off the Spiny as we get over to the other side. I have my rumble on, and that's almost certainly going to wear down the controller and battery a bit, I think, given just the amount of shaking that is happening. Whole lot of shaking going on. Okay, here we are. Yeah, part of it is just adjusting to the fact that occasionally I'll need to do a bit of a higher jump. That's going to throw off my expectations in terms of rhythm, because that will naturally knock me a little bit out of sync. And so that is just something we'll have to think about as we reverse this. Okay. Not a big deal if we are stun locked directly on top of the door, I think, but I need to stand back, I think, and let the Spiny Shell come over on that initial round, just so I can get a bit of a read on how I can engage with it. It's clearly running forward right away and trying to work around those low jumps is not going to work out very well. Okay, there we go. Of course, at this point, I'm not thinking very hard about potentially spin jumping over to Pokies. Oh, missed. John Doe, thank you for the submission of Legend of Zelda. This is your beat level, okay. I don't know if you meant to say it's your best level or your beat level, because the one we are currently playing is definitely a rhythm-dependent beat level. So. But yeah, looking forward to it. Hope you get to stay long enough to see that played. Okay. Luckily, jumping around over donut blocks is something that we needed to do anyway. And so the fact that they were donut blocks forcing us to jump was no big deal. It was already a requirement of that part of the level. I guess I gotta beat this one to find out. Yeah, that's right. And okay, here we go. Yeah, at least it kills you gracefully there by putting you on top of the donut blocks in the first place. And then... okay. I don't know I'm going down to the right side. That's not really necessary, although it buys me a little bit of safety. Okay, now here's the part we have not managed to get through yet, and partly it's because by the time I land, I need to jump right away. Not really accounting for my falling time going into that room, and that's what's been killing us consistently. I really have no time at all to stay on the ground. And until we master that, that room is going to be a bit of a check. Best one out of all your levels. Okay, looking forward to it. Hopefully that is a good judgment on your part. I mean, I find that sometimes makers can have a different sense of what is their best level compared to how I tend to judge them. That sometimes I can really enjoy something that is one of the weaker levels. Now, interesting that when you're stun locked like that, that holding up does not actually get you through the door. There are no frames in which you are allowed to interact. So being stunned over top of the door is actually not safe. Because when you are locked, that includes the inputs of getting through the door. That is also locked off. That's important information. So yeah, once we get to the door, we are still not safe. Jump right away. Okay. Thinking about how to do the low jumps. We will ultimately need a spin jump on the right side in order to get over to Spiny and over to the donut blocks on the other side. That's going to be a bit of a timing challenge on its own. You are what some people would call a god at this game, okay. I mean, you know, they're entitled to their beliefs. And if that is their religion, I'm not going to judge. So Juz is doing 4YMM, okay. Well, I hope he enjoys this week's set. For those of you who have not yet caught up on this week's 4YMM, there has been some pretty spectacular stuff. I'll give you the link to the codes. Yeah, definitely, at the very least, look at Uncaged, which is Kerfix's level with the raunchy Dry Bones cutscenes that were temporarily removed by Nintendo. So they were restored, but, you know, see what all the fuss was about, because that is a legitimately great level, I think. Really fun boss in that level as well. Definitely look out for Mang's level, Super Bumper Jumper, which has an amazing bonus room within a room within a room. Like, it has, I think, a very rewarding hard mode path for people who actually do see the hard mode path all the way through. Like, I beat that level quickly, and I spent a lot of time on it just getting the optional route down all the way to completion, and it is a lot of fun. I mean, you know, the levels are pretty good overall. The set has been very enjoyable so far, but for me, those two were the standouts from week 2. For those of you who are new to the stream, tomorrow at the same slot, we will not be doing viewer levels, but we'll usually, as I tend to do every Saturday night to Sunday morning, run my personal backlog, and which for the past few weeks has been featuring many of the makers of 4YMM. So we'll be doing a little bit of a preview of some of the makers that you can expect to see when the Week 3 levels release on Sunday. And I promise you there will be some very good stuff in that mix. Some of them are makers that I have been following for quite some time. The other ones that I know are people I can vouch for completely, including Kana, who we were talking about earlier. Kana, I think, is scheduled for this week. Really looking forward to what they have to offer. I seem to believe that Donkey Mint and Tino were also up this week. A lot of other big names. You can't even count how many times you beat Ryu? Like at what, first clear races, or are you talking about versus? I haven't kept up with Ryukar's stream or channel in a very long time. As I often say to people who come by this channel, since I began streaming, I've just had almost no time to actually watch Mario Maker anymore, unless it's submitting my own levels to people. That I actually don't really keep up with the biggest content creators very much. I mean, they're very good at what they do, but once you get into Mario streaming, I interact a lot with a lot of the other streamers who are kind of on this small scale because we're kind of exchanging levels and exchanging viewers and rating each other constantly, but the real big guns of Mario Maker who get hundreds or even thousands of viewers at a time and who have YouTube videos with 1 million views the way that Ryukar does, I never have any idea what's going on with them at any given time. But unfortunately, you know, a lot of people who come by and expect me to know the DGR or Carl troll metagame, you know, they're not in for somebody who will get all the jokes. Looks like the way to do that room where we have been dying is to just go forward immediately and get a spin jump off the very first spiny shell, if I'm able to do that. Because I feel like that would actually give me enough horizontal distance to get over to the donut blocks on the right, and that playing cautiously is not actually the answer when I drop into this room. Okay, almost. So, Vex Gaming, yes, I do play troll levels. I don't necessarily finish them in one segment. What I do is I'll normally progress through them for 20 or 30 minutes, and if I'm still not finished, just because of the amount of reset time troll levels often require, I may ask you to resubmit and I progress through them over multiple segments. And that's just because, you know, troll levels are naturally going to enforce a lot of resets. And that even if you're past checkpoint 1 or 2, often you might wind up starting from the beginning anyway. But I do play them, yes, I have no problem with that. I have playtested quite a few of them for people in the past. Honestly, with troll levels, I found that I enjoy some of the better ones a lot more than I expected I would when I first started streaming. So yeah, quite welcome to submit me your brain with a right arrow. This is your brain on arrows. And yeah, very kind of you to ask. I do think that people who ask in advance, do you accept troll levels, are also usually the people who submit decent troll levels. And for the right reasons. you know? So, looking forward to getting to that. And yeah, pretty sure I enjoyed one of your troll levels in the past. Yeah, I do remember you coming by. I can't remember which troll level that was because it was long enough ago. But I do remember that, yes. Okay. Whoops. Kind of a bad instinctive jump there. Yeah. Okay. This early stuff is going a little smoother every time. Okay. Not too fond of that I landed immediately onto shell spawn. I feel like maybe I should spin jump directly on that then, but I had no way of knowing that, because that was the first time I had seen that blaster. And yeah, the fact that it was firing immediately when I was getting over that jump, I think, really caught me by surprise. Yeah, Alex, always appreciate that show of support from your Kirby emote. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I was a little off on that jump, so a moment to adjust around that. Yeah, I've seen a number of Stunlock levels, but this is probably the one I've seen that feels most like an actual level, and making that be a meaningful rhythm mechanic. Instead of just something that's supposed to be a death trap or irritation, it's something that you actually do have to play around. There are occasionally some timing adjustments that are a little bit weird, like dropping out of that door. But the more I develop a consistent method for getting around those, the more manageable they feel. So, here we go. Okay. Feels like I was consistently able to get over that shell previously, and that I'm not doing it for whatever reason now. Okay. I was trying to edge into that door, and I was standing a little too far to right. So I was kind of caught off guard by the fact that I did not, in fact, enter that door accurately. Okay. And yeah, Luke the Cool Boy 69. You are pretty soon in a queue, of course, depending on who is on or off. This is currently a sub-next submission from Electrodude, and so it will be next in the queue after that. And I'll just kind of go down as far as I need to catch the next person who is online. Wow, look at how close I was to that pokey there. Well, it's about 2% clear on this level. I feel like it is something that is going to be pretty manageable with just a bit of practice to get around some of the more difficult synchronizations. Nope. I knew I was out of sync there. I was trying to find a more comfortable timing to get out of that segment. And just couldn't quite get that to go, so. When I fall out of sync, it's a little difficult to get back into the pattern that I want. Okay. Oops. You don't think I need to bounce on spiny shells? That's a good observation. I felt like I was just assuming that. Or at least the first jump. Yeah, I mean, I guess they are primarily there as obstacles. I was definitely looking at that key, though, and thinking that the spiny jump would probably be the easiest way to get the key. Like, I felt like that would be more generous to my timing than trying to do a dash jump into it. But I see what you were saying about the first spiny, though, in terms of being able to make it over to the donut block on the right side. But you see, I think this level kind of conditions you to keep your jumps as short as possible, because then you can kind of control the synchronization. But yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But as you can see, when I do a long or high jump, that does throw off my sense of timing quite a bit. And it's a little bit difficult to plan the longer jumps around the Sledge Brother, so that's something we have to work with. And I feel like controlling everything with smaller bounces all around might be a safer approach. But yeah. Oh yeah, you're quite right about that height, actually. Yeah, so I was definitely overly dependent on the spinies as my way of doing that. You're probably the best player in Mario Maker 2, so maybe you should think about starting a stream. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you have to prove it, right? Like, it's something that, you know, to claim that you're the best player in Mario Maker 2 is something that can be tested. And so, the more you are able to, you know, provide evidence for that, the better off you are. The thing is, if you are serious enough about this game, that you actually can compete with a lot of the really serious players who, you know, like Ryukar and Panga and Lil Curbs and so on, who really do clear the hardest stuff. Like, if you've put that much time and effort into Mario that you're able to do that, you may as well shell out the money to buy a capture card, you know? Like, I don't see the point, and I'm not going to make a claim as to whether I believe you or not when you're boasting about that. I'm just saying, you know, this is something that objectively you can prove. Like, at that point, if you're that serious about the game, streaming and recording at the very least is worth the money. I mean, I'm not even that good at the game. I found a capture card and the various tech I needed to assemble to get into streaming. You know, new monitor, new mic, etc. Like, all that has been well worth it for the amount it has enhanced the longevity of the game for me, as well as just the overall quality of my Mario Maker experience. So, I'm not going to say whether I believe you or not. I'm just going to say, like, any player who is going to put in the time to be that good should find it worthwhile to prove it. Because, you know, what's the point of being that good if you're not going to test yourself against some objective measure that you can demonstrate? Okay, here we go. Okay, starting to make it through. Oh, no. Spent a little too long on the ground after that landing because I was still trying to adjust under those spikes. Getting fairly close to getting out of that room, though. And I wonder how much there is left. With a 2% clear rate, I don't imagine that there's that much left, unless I'm failing on things that everybody else found really easy. Like understanding that I didn't need to go over to Spinies. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how much is left and what we can do. This has been pretty entertaining so far. And yeah, like I was saying, this maker is totally new to me. Save B. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Save B around before, so... but Electrodude was saying that it was from your contest group, which you had already introduced me to. Yeah, I should really get back into more making and, you know, taking the opportunity to participate in some things like that, but... I think if I were playing this game and only this game and kind of making at a very constant pace, that I could get back to turning out levels at a decent clip the way I did in the first month of the game, but I tend to be fairly slow at assembling anything simply because I like mechanisms that are way too complicated for their own good. And so everything is always, you know, debugging hell because I wind up having boss rooms with all kinds of difficult spawns to test and mechanisms that I can't actually see. If I want to play a bunch of good levels, I could just play the upper levels of each contest, yeah. That might be an idea in the future. I find that a lot of my backlog nights lately have, of course, been taken up by makers of 4YMM, which I found to be a very rewarding experience. It's been very nice to play some of them, in some cases for the first time, or at least the first time in a long while. And also just kind of get a sense of who they are going into the levels that they presented. So, for example, you know, going into the level I was quite fond of this week, Uncaged by Perfix, it was very valuable last week to kind of see how he had been developing those ideas up to that point with a lot of shell and boo poison levels earlier in the game. So you can kind of see this as the evolution of a style that he'd been working on for a while. Same with a lot of other makers, where you can really get a sense of their personality and their style of design. You're not boring me at all. I mean, I feel like I can still progress quite a bit through the latest shell thing, but I do appreciate recommendations, so you're absolutely welcome to kind of use your sub-privileges that way. pretty good use of sub-privileges, I think, when you start to run through your list. And thank you for the follow. Whoops. The only time you were able to build levels quickly was back in... You started in SMM1 and didn't know much about level design. I agree. That, I think, once you get deeper into the community and also, you know, to the standard of quality that you see from a lot of the best makers, that when you push yourself to make good levels, you realize just how much care and obsession it takes sometimes down to individual blocks in terms of moving single blocks back and forth until they feel right. And yeah, I definitely think that, you know, whenever you're fussy about quality, that is going to slow you down quite a lot. And I think it's fairly normal. And SSB Ninja, I'm doing well. Thank you again for the follow, for dropping in. Yeah. We'll see. I feel like I can reasonably clear this, but we'll see how much stunning we run into. Almost made it out of there. I felt like I was never quite in sync with the timing that I wanted in order to get out of there safely, and I was trying to make all these little adjustments. And in the end, I just stayed in there way too long, because I was trying to recalibrate my rhythm and my timing after I had grabbed a key, and that just led me into a whole heap of trouble. Oh, you saw me hosted by Bex Plays. Yeah, and I remember you from Bex Plays' stream when he was recommending all the people who were submitting to him as well. Why do I keep quitting? It's not a speedrun level. Because when you are stunned, there is no way to get out. The stun lock is permanent. Because the cooldown time of the stun is faster than your recovery time. So the reason I keep quitting is because there is no point in continuing. You will just die on the spot every time from being unable to move. And that's what these checks here are for, and that you actually don't soft lock anywhere because you do have these timed enemies that will always come in and kill you if your position is held in place, from the pokies to the spinies that come out of the blasters. There is, I think, always something that's going to kill you. Same with the donut blocks that drop you onto the spikes. So nothing is a lock in the sense of being a soft lock that forces you to hit start over. I hit start over anyway because there's no reason not to. You won't submit today because you need to go? Yeah, okay. Well, hope to see you next time. Our Saturday to Sunday stream will not be viewer levels, but I typically try to run viewer levels at least twice a week. One day stream and one night stream. And so yeah, you're quite welcome to come by. I know that Beck has cultivated a pretty interesting crew of regular submitters himself, and that, you know, he's someone who's very serious about quality when it comes to level design, so glad to have you by. And yeah. And yeah, so John Doe, to go back to your question, even if you are over the door when you get stunned, you're not even allowed to go through the door. It's always going to be a problem. So as soon as you get stunned, there's no reason not to just reset on the spot. Oh, whoops. I was trying to do a full jump over, and that was just a terrible position. So yeah, thank you for coming by, SSB. A lot of screen shaking on this level, I'm sure. But mostly I think it's just wearing down my controller battery with rumble. But, and that happens. That happens all the time. Thank you for the submission. Checkpoint. Oh, only at the checkpoint. Okay. Looks like there might be a lot left. And we go down pipe. Oh, okay, boss room. So we are almost done. And we have Lemmy balls coming down from the top as well. So let me see. Is this a survival timer? It looks like I think it is, but there's quite a lot to watch about this whole screen, so I haven't quite understood the structure of the boss just yet. Yeah, I do see that there is a Muncher stack on the top left. That Muncher stack is obstructing something that involves hitting the on-off switch. I see. Spin jump onto Spiny to hit the blocks under the POW, then that's to be it. And then landing safely such that I don't get stunned. Okay, so it is going to be based on POW activation. Pretty interesting boss concept as a way of developing what the rest of this level has been doing. But of course, landing safely after each of the POW hits is going to be a pretty major issue. And I do see that there is a bit of a POW order, that you need to hit the left and then the right and then the left. And that afterwards Lemmy is actually going to drop through because of the on-off switch toggling everything. However, when the on-off switch has a toggle, it is also going to allow things to spawn from the yellow pipes in the top left and the bottom right. On-off state is also going to get rid of the blaster on the right side. It's going to close off the bottom left, but also take out the blaster that is currently firing the Spiny shells. It is, of course, also going to take out the sledge, given the way that the dotted line blocks are activating on the right side. So we need to hit the 3 POWs, and that is going to remove the stun lock completely, but also turn this into a Lemmy fight. Lemmy presumably will hold the key. And yeah, so SJXN, thank you for Mario's Urban Parkour. We will hopefully get to that before too long. But yeah, the right-hand POW is going to be a little bit risky simply because of the short distance that we have to react to when the Spiny shell is going to spawn from the blaster. The left side generally feels quite a bit roomier to work with. At this point, of course, it is also a complete mystery what is going to spawn from the pipes on either side. If they are more sledges, we're in big trouble. But if they are things like power-ups, then things will feel much more gentle. Interesting, too, that there are some blue blocks that are on top of Lemmy, but by the time you activate the on-off switch, Lemmy should be low enough that the blue blocks should not be able to kill him, because by that point you will have removed the entire 3-high stack of Munchers that he is standing on. You remove the 3-high stack of Munchers, and then that's what activates the on-off switch because of the shell firing from the left side. Okay. Definitely the spikes are something to play around. Oh. This is definitely not Picador, I don't think. I would severely doubt it, given the quality of the design we've seen so far. Also, why am I not... Oh yeah, it's just a 1-up, okay. Power-ups are not going to matter, simply because the stun lock is going to kill you regardless of what state you are in. Okay. I was trying to spin jump off of that. I think I had a little bit of a weird slide off that donut block, and that threw me off slightly. It is almost certainly for symmetry, I think. And it's always nice to have a maker who actually is fussy about symmetry. I appreciate that kind of thing. Yeah, sometimes I try to adjust my rhythm and it actually just gets me into more trouble. Either that or there's the possibility of a muncher blocking one. No, I don't think so. I think it's pretty clearly a symmetry door. Sometimes you can tell a lot about the personality of a level just by how fair the design has been so far. That, you know, the reason that I trust this is just a symmetry door and not a picador is because of how fair the rest of the level design has been so far. Sometimes, of course, makers can play tricks on you for that expectation, and that's why the entire genre of the troll level exists, right? And even with troll levels, it's usually very clear from the first screen that is going to be a troll level. That, you know, your expectations are set by the first segment, and you have a rough idea of what to expect. Okay. Yeah, we'll hopefully get through this fairly quickly. I was a little bit tense about my position there because of the way that the Lemmy ball was dropping through the middle. But yeah. Yeah, the thing that I have to watch out for here is how quickly the next spiny spawns. As soon as the one that has been spawned already dies off the bottom left. That's, you know, sometimes I have to guess a little bit at the timing of when the next shell is going to be available. And when I am that close to the blaster on the right side, that timing is going to matter quite a bit. And so, yep, let's do that. Okay. Might work better to just spin jump every time. I think you might be correct. Just to have a consistent rhythm. And just to keep the jumps nice and short. The issue I have with spin jumping every time is that it doesn't quite give me as much flexibility to position myself as I go over the spikes. That's, you know, they should, of course, be able to cover that horizontal distance, but sometimes I don't quite have the accuracy from where I'm standing to deal with that. But spin jumping every time, now that we're on the right side, then yeah, we can make sure to catch the shell. And of course, I'm going to throw us a little out of sync. I do understand why you would recommend that, though. When I'm on the right side, I'm not going to do it on the left side because I have a little more time to position myself, and I really do want that flexibility on my height in case I feel like I need to make a few adjustments. But once I am on the right side and trying to hit the second POW, I think that's a good recommendation. Okay. But yeah, the sequence here is fairly clear. I do think that the POW on the right side is consistently going to be the hardest one once again, just given its proximity to the blaster. But once we get that second one down, and get back to the left side, depending on what's spawning out of the yellow pipes on the top left and top right, I think it should be fairly straightforward from there, and we just do it like a Lemmy fight, particularly because Sledge is going to be dead at that point, and the pipe on the right side will be blocked. So yeah, those of you queued, pardon the lengthy wait, but I think this is fairly clearly the boss segment that is the last segment here, so we plan to finish it. I feel like I need to spin jump pretty much as soon as the spiny is dispensed on the bottom left. Part of the issue is that I'm kind of trying to track two things at once, tracking my rhythm as well as tracking the spiny shell. And because those two things are on opposite sides of the screen, you kind of have to be very careful about not losing track of either one. Of course, you know, the Sledge is basically like a rhythm game, and kind of do it just by feel. Once you are fairly confident about how the timings are going to work. Yeah, definitely need to hang right on that spiny shell jump. Okay. Yeah, that timing adjustment, I think, is difficult to turn into something that feels like it's entirely within my control. Simply because it takes a little bit of planning. Like, I don't think I have quite as much room to work with. But, okay, much better shape now. And of course, we're just going to die to Lemmy. I see, it's going to be fireballs coming out of the top, left, and right. They're going to go straight down. Podoboos are winged Podoboos, and they're going to go straight down. That means they're going to reflect on the spike. Yeah, the spike blocks that are at the bottom. That simply means that the amount of playable space has been restricted by 2 tiles on either side. And the main threat at that point is being pushed by the Lemmy balls, and I just need to get 3 hits on Lemmy, and then we'll be finished with that. It's okay, just reading this fight one phase at a time. It is, I think, a very interesting multi-phase fight, and that once I got a good look at it after the first attempt, the sequence was very readable and understandable, so... yeah. But it's more that on the second POW you are standing so close to the spawn point for Spiny Shell that you need a very precise idea of when the next Spiny is going to be available. Because you see there, what I've been doing is I've been making a bit of a jump that's off my usual rhythm in order to not be hit by the Spiny. The problem with doing that is that if I have a jump that is off the pattern in order to avoid a Spiny, that's what causes trouble with being stunned afterwards. And I've got plenty of room to adjust around that when I am doing full jumps on the left side. I don't really have much room to adjust for that when I'm attempting to do spin jumps on the right side. Oops. Okay. And that's a death. Okay. Okay. Well, we've come fairly close. We have seen what the final phase of the fight is supposed to look like. Yeah, we're close enough that I'm going to probably stay on this for as long as it takes to complete it. For those of you wondering, hopefully it won't take long. Let me take a look just at how long I have been on this one, though. Yeah, okay. We've actually been on this one for quite a while, in fact. But, you know, that's the sunk cost fallacy of being past a checkpoint. I am likely to close the queue soon. So for those of you who are new here, if you are already in the queue, I will definitely be playing for as long as it takes to get through to everybody who stays. So it is worthwhile to stay because I won't cut off the stream before I get to the people who have already been waiting here. But I will be closing off to new submissions. Probably by the end of this level. Maybe even sooner if these attempts do not go well. I mean, I did take a little too long in the early part. Well, John Doe, I do sometimes have to admit defeat. It does happen. Sometimes it just doesn't come together in the way that we would like. Yeah. Had to do some adjustments again because I knew my timing was off. That is easily the hardest part of this whole room, is being able to land accurately on a second Spiny without being stunned. And yeah, thank you for a one-screen speedrun key hunt. Like I've been saying, submissions will be closing fairly soon, so anything you want to get into queue, do it now. I mean, I've been staying on this one for as long as I have because it has been an interesting one to puzzle out. This is a fun boss. And of course, yeah, did lose a lot of attempts to just bad timing early on. Okay, I was too busy avoiding the Spiny Shell, and I did not really account for how Lemmy was going to adjust his position once he had come down. And, Uzziah's bad? Okay, thank you for dropping by. Hey. And thank you for the shoe factory. Oh, what happened there? That seemed interesting. Oh, because I accidentally put on the hat. Okay. That actually saved me unexpectedly. That I was stunned in such a way that the helmet came on. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Of course, that's not something we can depend on. Are there 10 levels when there are only 7 people? Because some people have gone offline and left the queue. I will be skipping the people who are offline when they are called, so don't worry, the queue is shorter than it looks. And okay. Yeah, we just play levels from submitters who are here to watch, so... if you are a little far back and you have been waiting very patiently, don't worry, we will realistically play everybody who is already in the queue. No worries about that. I mean, I can still do that rule because this is a fairly small stream. obviously wouldn't be practical if I were somebody with a huge audience and with, 20 levels in the queue or something. But the reason we do that is because, it's no fun to be watching for a few hours and thinking that you're going to be 2 or 3 spots away and suddenly not getting played because I have to go offline, right? So I will play everybody if I can. Okay. Might not necessarily finish everything, though. Okay. Yeah, getting off of Lemmy into a safe position and getting that third hit down is going to be a challenge. Because I find that when I bounce off Lemmy, positionally it's a little bit difficult to land safely. Okay. We're getting closer, though. We're basically 1 hit away from clearing this level completely. Okay. Almost. Hope I like boss fights. I love boss fights. Boss fights are some of my favorite things to do in Mario Maker, because they show off a lot of unconventional interactions, often have a really interesting contraption element to them, often require you to do some reading of the room to kind of, figure out a micro puzzle about how the sequence is going to work. There is, I think, a great number of things about what Mario Maker can do that boss fights, when they are done well, present in a very tight and coherent package, and so I'm a big fan of bosses. Bosses are your favorite thing to make? Okay, that's a good thing to know. Your level is probably expert level? Okay. Yeah. We'll see. This has been taking a lot longer than I expected of something that was about 2%. But then I had a lot of failed attempts early that were maybe just a bit careless or, limited by the fact that I was in a learning phase of the level. But, I'm so close on this boss. I am going to try to clear it properly. And there we go, got stunned again. I would make a good announcer? I'm glad you think so. Some people have commented on that before. That they think I have an announcer voice. Or, whatever they imagine me announcing or commentating. Mr. L, the last time you made a full level, you started by making a boss fight. And, I actually really do like that approach. One of the reasons why is because boss fights will often take up so much space in the entity limit that you are probably wise to plan around them first. You don't want to be in the middle of making the boss fight and suddenly realize that you are a few pieces short of what you need in order to make it function. The other thing that, as you said, is that if you do have a very unique boss mechanic that requires you to teach the player some kind of interaction ahead of time, then you can go back to design your level in such a way that the level will properly train the player to do that. And so I think if you are making a level that has a very complex boss, that starting with the boss is actually an excellent idea. It's quite often what I do as well, is that I find that, if I have some kind of really complex last segment, that I often have to redesign a lot of things so that they feel like they properly lead the player towards the last segment. Yeah, just a very sound principle in general, I think. That's actually what I did with the most recent level I created, which was the Goomba Mask one. For those of you who have played it, I can punch in the ID in a sec. I definitely started with the boss for that one as well. Let me just beat this first of all, and I'll maybe punch in code. Yeah, that's the code for the last thing I made, and that was a level where I started with the boss. That was something I uploaded at the end of April. It was the only thing I've made since the patch came out. The only thing I've finished, rather, since the patch came out. I've played around with the editor quite a lot. Yeah, staying in the air while dodging Lemmy's first shell phase, I think, is something I don't have a good method for yet. Getting increasingly close to doing that now, so... Okay, there we go. Oh, didn't have enough height there that time. That was unfortunate. Running out of ground blocks, I think that takes talent. Considering that, you know, if you are out of ground blocks, I think usually, like, there are a lot of things that you can do with the rest of your level to replace ground blocks with something that would work in their place. Like, if you just need surfaces to stand on, you can just conserve a lot of ground with semi-solids, mushroom platforms, etc., and that you can normally cut back a lot with that, but sometimes, depending on the style of level and the gimmick, you are going to get through a ton of ground, for sure. Okay. I was kind of trapping myself there. I don't know that I was really able to get to a safe location where Lemmy was dodgeable. Like, I had to keep jumping in order to get off the donut blocks. But that meant that I was going to be hit by Lemmy's first shell cycle. Like, I don't know how to work around that. I had worked around it previously and gotten 2 hits down a Lemmy safely. But dodging his initial upswing on the first shell phase is a big problem. You shifted from being a ladder top, being a creative... Okay, I don't know what spell check did to you there, but I will assume that you've shifted from being something on top of the platter to something that you kind of have to cut your way down towards once you get through the vegetables and the seasoning and everything that is piled on top. You know, once you were the potatoes of the level, and now you are the meat. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, no. Oh, the pipe, okay. You just noticed that the POWs can defeat the Sledgeburrow? Yeah, but then the pipe would spawn another one, right? I thought they were spawned from the pipe, and so that doesn't actually really buy you much room. I considered that, but I'm pretty sure that the pipe spawn is specifically there to debug that. Oh, you went from player to creator. Okay, okay. From being a player to a creator, I see. Yeah, that's why I don't rely too much on spell check. Now, thank you for the patience of everyone here, by the way. I know I've been on this for like nearly an hour, which is not what I expected from a 2% level. I thought I would be able to slice through it pretty cleanly, but you know, I've found it a pretty engaging experience, so I do want to see it through. Okay. Yeah, actually getting around Lemmy's shell is a huge issue here. I don't know how I can do it consistently, to be honest. I don't know what the method is, but... He respawns, but it causes a momentary disruption in the rhythm. Yeah, that's true. And that's something that we'll just have to watch out for when it happens. Okay. Not something that I can really plan to do intentionally. It may happen from time to time, but... Yeah, there we go. There's that disruption we were talking about. It didn't actually buy me any cycles whatsoever. One of the reasons it didn't buy me any cycles whatsoever is because it also takes out the Spiny Shell. And so I have to wait for the next one regardless. By the time I get the next Spiny Shell, I also have the next Sledge. Okay, that's going a little more efficiently. Okay, that's going a little bit better as well. That did not go well. I felt like that was going to be quite good because getting rid of Lemmy when he's on either side of the level allows me to have a bit more room to get out before he starts bouncing around everywhere. Okay. Yeah, a lot of that attempt was dependent on being able to reach the POW. The fact that I didn't just killed me with that timing. Do I quit levels? I do. I haven't quit this one because I enjoy it, and because I feel like I can beat it. There are some levels that I quit because they don't seem to be things that I can realistically do. Or maybe they don't seem very interesting, or, you know, in terms of the kind of difficulty, sometimes might not give me much to engage with or learn or talk about. I quit things sometimes when I feel like I would be able to progress further in an additional attempt, and that's what I do with troll levels, for instance, is I'll play for 20 or 30 minutes and kind of quit and then go back if the creator resubmits. That's what I did with the platform level that we got from Redox earlier today. That we had a shell jump level that I was mostly through, and I decided to hold off on that one to get through more of the queue. I know that I've been staying on this one far longer than usual, but that's partly affected by the fact that we worked quite hard to get through to the checkpoint. And also that I feel like I'm extremely close to actually finishing. That I'm just a few Lemmy hits away. Okay. Like I was saying. And yeah, that is, of course, just a symmetrical exit. No. Let's not die to that. Bit of a jump scare in a very literal sense. What if there's a troll that killed you after this? Well, I mean, we would have had to redo it, obviously. And hello, Patrico. For dropping by. Thank you for all the GGs. Only a 19-minute marker on that, which tells you how long I took on the first segment before the checkpoint. So we're going to mark that as a win. Thank you for that, Electric Dude. And I am also going to close the queue. So give me a moment while I mark my stream title and the bot and everything accordingly so people know I'm closed. Once again, my policy is that if you are already in the queue and you stay online, I will play your level when I get to it. It's very unlikely that I'll spend as much time per level as I just did on this one. I'm not going to spend an hour on them. But I will try to make sure I see everybody who is already in my list. And I do expect to be running long enough that that will be a realistic thing to do with the people who have remained online. Yeah, we don't have any more subs remaining in the queue, I think, so I will just be going next down the rest of the list. You hope I'm ready for more boss fights. I am. I love boss fights. So, let's take a look at X, 21X, FFG. Okay, so here's the Unstoppables. Fairly new level from the past day, where Lemmy, Morten, and Ludwig have new headgear. Can you find our weaknesses? Well, one person already has. Cats took about 5 minutes to do it, but see how we do. Hopefully someday each of these will have a corresponding castle level to go with them. Well, hope so too. So, okay, we have a repeatable checkpoint setup. We have a mushroom floating about that is going to be refreshable between each successive attempt, and a safety coin on the right side. Let's just do these left to right. Okay, so Lemmy's going to have a muncher on his head. I feel like the on-off block here is going to be relevant. Oh. Okay. That felt like something I should not be doing. But let's grab the mushroom and rethink that whole interaction. Okay, so the bombs are going to come down, and then the muncher is going to crush the bombs, right? So don't I want to lure Lemmy in such a fashion that he runs up to the bombs himself? Because the thing is, if I hit the off switch while the bombs are active as 2x2 bombs, they are going to blow me right up. And so I need to think about this for a moment, because I think, for example, yeah, no, I get it. I need to activate the bombs and then ground pound in order to launch Lemmy to the upper level. The muncher is going to crush the bomb. It is going to damage Lemmy accordingly. So, yeah, ground pounding, that's correct. Right. There we go. Really interesting how this has been set up, in that the muncher crush is also going to activate the on-off switches because they are within bomb range. Hence the placement of the on-off switches on the left and right as well. And so it is a 3-hit boss, but a 3-hit boss with a very unconventional form of dealing damage to the enemy. So, oh, whoops, got crushed there. Forgot to account for the muncher collision that would happen. And let's just continue. Okay. Nope. Was on the wrong side for that. Okay, let's try to make it through. Oh, nope. A little bit too high there. Didn't expect to be that unbalanced. But we just make it through again and see how we do. Okay. There we go. Now we have to survive the shell phase and not get pushed by the muncher. Grabbing the mushroom is definitely a big help there. Okay. A pretty interesting fight. Pretty interesting choice to use Lemmy for this as well, because then, yeah, it would definitely be a room that would be far too claustrophobic if you were dodging any damage-based projectiles, but because the threat here is just mainly the push interaction that you get from both the balls and the squish from muncher collision on top of Lemmy's head. I think he's a rather good choice here. Like, I could not imagine this working very well with a projectile boss, but Lemmy's back and forth movement on Bouncy Ball makes a lot of it feel pretty well tuned. You originally used Iggy here. Yeah, his movements do tend to be a bit too erratic with the back and forth. You know, his little Michael Jackson moonwalk. And... okay, we totally got crowded on that attempt. That was not going to go. Yeah, that's very true that you have to adjust for height here and the kind of 3-tile height that you get off Lemmy. And yeah. Okay, that was going to push me, and I really didn't think I was going to be able to avoid that. Okay. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, well, yeah, because he's still in his shell phase. I should not have done that. Should have thought about him being impervious to the bombs while still in the shell phase. Yeah, Ludwig just gains so much height in general. Oh, totally got crowded there. And yeah, I think this level does have a sort of natural, you know, tuning consideration here in this room, where you want to have enough height that the player actually has mobility, but you can't have too much height in order for that damage mechanism to work as intended. And I can see that the height of the room is causing me a few problems already when it comes to, you know, just being able to get over Lemmy's entire stack, or being able to dodge some of the balls when they away. Having a mushroom refresh is a good thing, particularly when stuff like that happens. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was very sudden back and forth. Yeah. But yeah, I can definitely see why you call this the Unstompables now, and that you do have to think about an unconventional kill method in each instance. But yeah, it is a boss rush that has a very unique sense of identity as a level that, you know, has these bosses together for a specific reason, in that it's not just a mix of bosses for its own sake, but a set that has a consistent mechanical theme. And I think it's always nice to have that. So we're going to be past this. I'm just going to check these. They're probably just 1-ups, but maybe there are progressive power-ups we don't know about. Nope, just 1-ups. It's fine. And yeah, nice little block there. Of course, when we do respawn here next time, that's going to change a little bit. We just have to keep track of which coins have already been collected. So Morton is going to stun as well as drop fire everywhere. So I'm just going to dodge that while I get a proper read on this room. Looks like the bomb ignitions are going to matter. What does that do? Okay. Oh, I see. No, I'm still kind of reading this room, so let's look at the bomb setups. It has to get ignited. Yeah, we'll just dodge the early cycles and just watch the activation. So, bombs are blocked by the on-off switch on the left and right. The conveyor matters on the bottom. There's a bit of a fireflower switch that is on the bottom side as well. I need to have these bombs activated in some fashion in order to damage Morton under his feet. The way I do that is by activating the on-off switch, which blows up the bombs. I think that should be correct. I sort of wonder what's going on with that fireflower pipe in the bottom left then. I don't feel like I've been able to read that accurately yet. No, I need Morton on the floor for that to happen. I see. So the setup on the left side with the lift platforms is going to load bombs. You need the bombs to be loaded in sequence in order for them to be ignited in such a way that the on-off activation happens. So there we get a hit off Morton. We got crushed. I have to account for the fact that the munchers are crush activation and not just damage that we can take. As before, when you respawn, of course, there is no more spawn block for the blaster gate. And that's fine, because that's just something that you have to visually remember from the presence or absence of a pink coin as a reminder of which room you've already cleared. So, you know, for those of us with bad memories for rooms we've done. Okay, that ignition is going to activate the bomb on right side. Let's get up there. Wait for Morton to drop on the floor. Drop on the floor. There we go. Got him. And... okay. Let's have another fiery ignition. No mushroom refresh this time, I see. That's going to activate the bomb. Let's not get hit by something like that. I just hadn't really remembered to keep my eye on what was going on with the one-way panels up top, so... we'll need to make adjustments accordingly. Okay. Nice. Managed to dodge both the stomp and... oh, we're gonna get crushed. Okay. You know, if Morton's coming by and about to crush me, it's better to actually stay on the lowest level and have him clip through me, because Morton is going to allow me to pass through, I think, in his shell phase. The Muncher will not. I don't think it's going to be crush activation from Morton. And so, if I feel like I can't get out, it is best to just kind of stay on the lower level, maybe even crouch. Okay, I did see that hit was going to happen. Yeah, I see now what's going on with the Fire Flower that occasionally spawns from the bottom. The Fire Flower is a conditional power-up, and you know that because when you are reverted back to a small Luigi, that instead of the Fire Flower being crushed in the bottom, a mushroom comes out of the pipe and gets bounced up to the left side. That's a very interesting kind of conditional change in their properties. That the mushroom slides when it is pushed by the hard block on the bottom left, and the Fire Flower gets crushed instantly. That's an interesting mechanical difference that I wouldn't necessarily have thought about paying attention to. Okay. Going to let that ignite. Need to dodge a few cycles here and not get stunned. Nope. Yeah, got the hit. Okay. Yeah, when Morton has wings, he seems to do a bit of a fake out in terms of whether or not he's actually going to land that stomp. That's going to drop us to key, and that's it for this fight. Fire Flower Pipe is part of a contraption to deliver your mushroom after you get hit. Yes, I do see that. I gradually understood that once I understood that the Fire Flower was conditional, and that the mushroom on the left was ultimately triggering my access to the flying mushroom that comes out in the middle of that level. So, yeah, very cleverly done. Just as a, you know, safety net with a power-up refresh that's doesn't, what was I saying? Yeah, just a little bit of a safety net of a power-up refresh that doesn't just take up space on the screen all the time or trivialize anything, but dispenses power-ups in a very controlled cycle. Yeah, really interesting use of the flying buzzies here to maintain a walkable platform as well. Okay, so what are we looking for here? We want... okay, you see buzzies, you see on-off. Yeah, I do see that you basically need Ludwig to be positioned in such a way that he's going to be within bomb radius. And that's going to be a tough call, but it can be done. Okay, we've got a damage on him. Once again, conditional power-up setup to dispense the shroom. Yeah, just need them to fly nice and high. Fly nice and high and get within bomb range. That's not be it. And he's going to drop down a little too early for us to grab that. You left because you need to make a new revision on what you put in. Yeah, it's good to do those quality checks on troll levels. You're quite welcome to catch me on my next viewer level stream, and I hope you have a good day as well. But yeah, very happy with this one so far. I think it's pretty interesting. I mean, obviously the projectiles are going to light the bombs on fire, but if Ludwig is going to be in that situation, he's not going to be within range of bomb anyway, in terms of his flight pattern. I feel like I do need to lead him over a bit, though. Yeah. I need him to come over pretty much all the way to the left in order for him to approach the bomb. And so that's the thing that maybe we shouldn't be thinking about too much so far, because yeah, I need to, I think, switch sides with the bombs to match Ludwig. That's the way I'm not thinking about this level, is I keep expecting him to just come over and be close enough. Can't actually depend on it. I need to move the bombs in such a way that I'm activating the proper one that is closest to him, and so approach this fight a little bit more proactively. So he's on the right side, so we'll on the right side and activate. It's going to be too late. Okay, let's grab that one power up. Okay, so now he's going to come down here. Finally got a hit. Great. Going to take a little more advantage of these SMBU wall jumps. Actually should have taken advantage of that side. Hoping to drag him over here. Got him. Got a second hit. And we'll see if we can get a third hit. Okay. Not quite. Yeah, these are bosses that are a lot of fun so far. So definitely appreciate you staying around for as long as you have to show me these. And oh, nope, a little bit late. Yeah, really great power-up tuning in terms of how much or how little of a safety net they're going to give you. Really interesting element of reading the mechanisms as well to see how the fight pattern is going to go. I know, thought I could duck under that, and just did not have enough space before I had to just get out of there. Okay, got that. Let's get out. Close call. And let's see if he's going to fly over here, or if I need to reposition. Of course. Now he's going to fly over here. There we go. Always nice how defeating the Koopalings does eliminate all the power-ups. All the projectiles, rather, instantly, and so when you know that you are on the last hit, you can be as risky as you like if projectiles are the source of danger. So through and the safety, where we go, and that's the axe, and look at that, we got them all in a cage, and we're going to just boil them for dinner. So that's a win, and thank you for the GG. Great bosses all around. Built around a very coherent theme and a very coherent kind of power-up pacing and timing. So just a really interesting and consistent idea. And so, as somebody who's kind of a boss building specialist, I'm definitely going to look forward to whatever else you have to show me. Not on this stream, obviously, but next time. Family friendly? Yeah, I suppose so. Depends on what part you mean. Luke, I think, has been long gone. So, Luke the Cool Boy, if that is incorrect, please check in. Otherwise, I believe gone, and so I'll just cut through some of the offliners. Red Ruger in 1984. I believe it's gone. Once again, if I am wrong, please check in. Because sometimes Twitch and Warp World can be outdated about this sort of thing. Alex is definitely still here. So let's take a look at 6HG M88 BWG. So, Alex, looks like we had cleared the story world that you already had, so I guess this will be my choice. The Balloon Burst is fairly new, about a 2% boss battle. Certainly one to consider. Done most of the things otherwise recently. I don't know if you have a specific recommendation. If not, I will probably do the latest one. Okay. Don't let explode it. You have to win with the balloon. But 2% so far. I guess we'll have a bit of a boss fest tonight. I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay, fairly generous timer. That's not going to be an issue here. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of a... Whoa, 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 whoa. Didn't see that coming. I see. Okay, so P-Switch is going to do something. We obviously need to keep the P-Balloon. The P-Balloon allows us to ram directly into the POW blocks. The POW blocks would get rid of the Wiggler. The Wiggler would give us access to the coin that it's covering. Maybe. I need to think about how we're going to get rid of the icicle to get through. And it... well, yeah, because ultimately we'll have to take some kind of damage anyway. So let me just restart this. Don't know if that was actually a lock. Given that this level seems fairly dependent on keeping the P-Balloon, I will assume it is a lock. So... yeah, we'll just go anti-clockwise around this entire thing. Oh, I see how the icicle is going to work. Feels like we're going too slow to make use of the P-switch, but no, that was wrong. We were actually just fine. Do I have time to take the next burner cycle? Yes, I do. And then we will be able to do this one last. Okay, I didn't actually know that you could squeeze into that one tile spot like that. I didn't know for sure anyway, so I'm glad that this level actually demonstrated that accurately. That squeezing into the one tile spot is, in fact, going to be fine when it comes to driving the P around everywhere. Okay, I actually did need to go faster. Let's just go down just to see what we are going to deal with when we have a successful attempt. Okay, I see. And Given that the on-off switch is at the bottom, the expectation is that that's going to be activated by icicles. We need to get in here, let the icicles drop, and then that will allow us to go through. Yeah, P-Balloon hitbox is super deceptive. That is quite true. I did expect Electrodude to know that as well, given the number of P-Balloon fights that you sent me already. Whoa, okay. Yeah, losing too much time to bumping against a wall, we can't really afford to do that. Yeah, bumping against a wall was a big issue here. So. Yeah, just gotta be fairly accurate, I think. No, it had to go pretty much down dead center. We don't want to restart because we passed the first segment. So let's just fall all the way down and that. So we can respawn at the checkpoint. Next one is in progress. Oh, in terms of the P-Balloon dodge fests. Felt like we lost a bit of time from that bump. And yeah, getting through that slot accurately is to take a little bit of finesse. I feel like when we need to go over one tile that I should be letting go of the dash button. That will ultimately save time by not ramming me into the wall. Okay, a little bit off center there. Yeah, there we go again. Going to be a bit of a tricky survival segment for sure. Okay. Okay, going a bit slowly, as you can see. That's quite a bit more to power through properly. Yeah, okay, I do see how I'm able to improve at this, which is just by doing really quick tap inputs whenever I need to change columns. That I just do a quick tap right, tap down, or tap left, tap down. And that is enough to give me a bit of a safe distance while maintaining speed. Just little micro adjustments that allow me to guarantee that I face down. Now, the number of taps I make to the left or right do need to be matched by the number of taps I make down. So, if I do 2 taps left, I need to make 2 taps down, for instance. And the reason for that is because of the way that changing directions works with the P-Balloon. That they have a bit of a rotational animation that also adds a little bit of lag time. And yeah, really deceptive hitbox, as you can see. And that's the thing that tends to throw me off with a lot of the P-Balloon levels, is that I often forget to account for the amount of rotational lag that is involved. That you never change directions instantly, you always do have to rotate towards the direction that you want to be facing. So that's going to lose a little bit of time. Okay, bumped my head on a corner there, but we'll make it through. We'll see if it actually refreshes the P-Balloon. No, it doesn't. And I'm probably just going to die, yeah. The purpose of the star is to get me through the initial run of icicles. But we are definitely improving and making progress at this, so not worried too much. lost a bit of time. So yeah, it is absolutely necessary that I retain the P-Balloon going into the next segment. But if I manage to get around that corner that we were having trouble with, right before the on-off switches at the bottom of this column, I should be fine. Yeah, bit of a long depth sequence, but I don't think that's really avoidable, just given that that's just how this is structured. And that's okay. As far as the P-Balloon accuracy challenge goes, I think this is pretty well tuned. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get a star, and then we need to sail accurately through all the icicles that we see here, which would require us to follow the arrows a little more accurately. Getting a star refresh, of course, helps. As a yay, that segment was not too bad. Thank you for the stars. And yeah, that's going to force a refresh of the on-off state if we're coming in without having used a checkpoint. Interesting thing about P-Balloon, obviously, is that you can enter aerial pipes that are facing the side like that as if they were water. Oh, this is going to be a dodge segment. Against. Yeah. Had to take a moment to process that this was Larry we were dealing with. Yeah. Kind of interesting that, I mean, it should be obvious, but that you can use this as a bit of a puzzle lock sometimes. And I have seen it used as a puzzle lock, of course, that you can go through side pipes in the ground theme so long as you are wearing the P-Balloon, because the P-Balloon allows you to treat it like a swimming interaction. Okay, so it's just a dodging segment as you wait for the switch activation to let you through. A bit of a tighter margin now, and that's going to get us. Oh yeah, that is Iggy, yeah. I can tell because of his, it took me a moment to process, because in the Super Mario World style, I sometimes am thinking about him in terms of his walking pattern, as well as his massive eyes. But yeah, I know that Iggy is kind of distinguished by his eyes, and also that massive coif of his hair. Always thought it was kind of weird how Larry and Iggy switched shell colors in the era. Yeah. Actually, I mean, I always noticed that, but I don't think I was particularly conscious of that until you just mentioned it. But yeah, I always, I mean, you know, I was always able to visually distinguish Larry and Iggy despite the mistake I made just now. But I have always kind of thought of them as a pair in a way simply because their fights in Super Mario World are nearly identical, just with Iggy in World 1 and Larry in World 7. But that both of them had the boat fight. So, Super Mario World being the game that I knew best originally, it's, okay, so I don't want to get locked up there because I don't have the key. So I want to have a timed icicle drop. And I just want to go back and forth. And I want to go back and forth in such a way that I want to activate the switch while Iggy is standing on top. Because that would allow me to just kill him instantly. I don't think I have a lot of control over that depending on the icicle drop timing, however. I just need to drop the icicle, and lead him over. And that's assuming that I don't have issues with the Muncher blocking the icicle itself. Yeah. Drop the icicle, lead him over. Lead him over, right side. No? Okay, nope. We're hitting the Muncher. Okay. Muncher block is a little bit difficult to play around, I think, but let's see. Like, the fact that I do need to juggle several visual elements at once does make this challenging. Okay. As you can see, it has been a while since I've been able to activate any switch at all, and then we need to do it while Larry is in a while Iggy is in a vulnerable position, which is not always going to be the case. A lot of positioning to do here. We managed to get it. GG. Oh, I guess there's that 50 coin in the lower level. Didn't really think about getting that, but not going to risk it. So, thank you for Balloon Burst. Yeah, for something that was a similar clear percentage to that stun lock fight we did earlier, that went significantly faster. Okay, Redox, let's continue where we left off earlier in the stream. Round 2. For those of you who joined us late, we had worked on this in one segment already and got through most of it. Learned most of the level, but couldn't quite reach the end. We're a few obstacles away from it. So, let's take another look. Yep, just have to properly burn the first few attempts to get back into the rhythm of what we were trying to achieve. Whoops. Once again, having to deal with letting the clear condition text just get out of our face. That's always one of the things that you have to deal with early in a clear condition level, is when it gets going right away, the presence of the clear condition text is something that can really screw with how you are viewing the setups themselves. But with repeated attempts, we got used to that the first time. Managed to get through the first shell jump without too many repetitions. And yeah, there we go. Nope, miss. Okay. Yeah, once again, had a little bit of tension there over whether I would be able to get around that ledge, and so I reacted a bit late to the second shell drop. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's feeling increasingly accurate. The part with the throw to the left. Yeah, definitely progressing in a much better position than when we were first trying to learn all these setups one at a time. A lot of it is just the execution consistency of being able to land the shell jumps. Yeah, surprisingly generous room on being able to jump on top of that leftward shell, you actually do have a fair degree of time to make adjustments. And yeah, we'll just try to get through as much as we can. Nope. Very clear to me that time that I wasn't quite in position to get over. Yeah, just gotta work on it. Now, Redux, I don't know if you were fairly satisfied with this as a 1.0 so far, or if we've already exposed some things that we're thinking of revising. I mean, it has felt pretty good to me, but of course we haven't quite seen the ending yet. Seen what kind of timings we would have to deal with there. Yeah, really just gotta work on this shell release. Okay. I'm a little bit too far to the left because I was making a bit of an adjustment just to hit the block. And of course that was a little too much. Whoops. You've only seen 2 people playing it, okay. Well. Hopefully that's been a useful playtest. Okay. Nope, that was just a total miss. I know that I had actually been hit by that shell on the way down before, and so I was a little bit wary of the adjustment I had to make there. When you get off that shell, you do need to pull back a little bit just to hit the next block. And that's just something I have to be aware of when I get back to that location. Okay, let's up the wall once again. Okay. Definitely feels like I hit that shell right before where I was just now before I died. A little bit ahead of schedule when it comes to that P-block marker. I still think that P-block marker is probably fine as a target that I'm aiming towards. And it's actually kind of nice now to get a little bit more height than I expect. But as you can see, I think I'm consistently higher than the marker almost every time. That might just be a result of how I am personally getting that jump down. Okay. And yeah, actually that marker has felt pretty good to me all around. Okay, we were almost at the end here. I didn't know about that shell drop there. It looks like I needed... Whoops. I needed to think about that sequence in terms of, yeah, I need to bounce first. Then it's the first shell throw, then it's the second shell throw. I just needed a moment to think about the order there, because the first time I saw it, I was wondering if it was asking me to do the shell throw right away, and that's obviously not the case. I do need the lower bounce in order to align myself vertically. I throw the first shell that I'm already carrying. That will give me the pickup of the second shell that's falling from the ceiling. that'll get me to the second jump that goes over that particularly high column. And we were fairly close to the ending right there. But I did need to process that properly first time I saw it. But yeah, everything up to that point feeling pretty doable right now, so... So we will just return and try to get this down consistently. Like I said, I was fairly confident that I would be able to get this down within a second segment. I do feel like I am on pace to do so, as long as I don't mess up too many of these early jumps repeatedly. And yeah, we'll just make it through slowly. Yeah, so for those of you still here, I might as well tell you about what the streaming plans will be over the course of the next week. Saturday to Sunday in this same time slot, so Saturday night to Sunday morning, or just Sunday morning if you're in the EU. Tomorrow's stream, basically, will be a backlog, and that means I'll be featuring a lot of makers on my personal list, including some of the makers that we can expect to see in week 3 of 4YMM. If all goes well as before, next Tuesday, daytime, is when we'll run 4YMM levels themselves. And next Thursday, daytime, is when we will also do viewer levels. And I'll try to insert more viewer level streams that are on this time slot. On some of the other days that are in there somewhere, I'll try to do at least one of those. This stream next week, this same time, is likely to be Paper Mario. If there is much interest in people watching me play through that. I mean, I'll be playing the game regardless. I'm just deciding whether I will do it on stream or not. Because obviously, as a relatively small streamer, there's going to be probably less interest in that than in doing viewer levels the way I usually do. But that's pretty much going to be the agenda. I will still be keeping up with viewer levels as well as I can. But balancing that with 4YMM and Paper Mario is going to fill in my schedule quite a bit, so we'll keep you up to date. If you are following, we'll hope to catch your levels as they come in. And in the meantime, we'll try to clear this one as efficiently as I can manage. Although, of course, we might often have to blow a few attempts just on getting the shell jump down. So yeah. Feeling pretty manageable all around. Yeah, I felt like the horizontal position was going to be a bit of a problem that time, even before I made that last jump. I could kind of feel I was going too far left. That's just because of an over-adjustment to hit the question block. That gives me the shell that I want to use. I knew that adjustment was going to be a little bit too much, and it was just a matter of when I would be punished for it. Okay. Yep, just have to really understand how the shell throws should be spaced. I feel like I'm still not quite consistently reading how to do that in relation to the markers, but that, like, often throwing it with myself on the bottom P block is going to be the timing I want. The leftward throw, of course, is much more flexible, because the leftward throw I can always adjust around my position as I come up to the shell. Kind of really like the amount of flexibility I get in that segment, that last segment before I failed just now. And that there actually is plenty of room to adjust a little bit if I feel like I have been slightly off target. It's nice to have that room for reaction and improvisation, which I think is sometimes something that is lacking in a lot of Kaizo levels, that many of them are overly precise in terms of not giving you a chance to correct mistakes in midair. This one, however, has been fairly good to me about that. That's the micro-level corrections are things that I can do in order to improve and continue to progress. Okay. Oops. Okay, here we go. Nope, just have to do 2 in a row there. 2 in a row and then get onto the piranha on the right side. Hopefully I can get back there fairly consistently so we don't waste too many attempts on dying to some early stuff that we've already mastered. Yeah, double and the end. I did see that. I think I did see on one attempt that I was quite close to the goal, and that the goal would be pretty much right after that last lower piranha bounce. Bottom. I mean, it certainly did feel like the last obstacle, both in terms of the difficulty tuning and the timing. Obviously, the only thing that does feel a little bit blind there is that the shell drop is going to come in from off camera, but of course that's been happening quite a few times this level anyway. Head straight up onto markers, I can expect to have the shell catch operate as intended. Yeah. It's going to see how we do with that. Nope. So yeah, reasonably close. Have to get back there and practice it a few times till we get it. Yeah, I definitely see by now that the sweet spot on the markers is, I was about to say, with myself on the bottom left marker and the shell released at the bottom right, but of course that depends on a few factors like being able to hold down jump and get enough height. Perhaps that is a little bit too late. Yeah. Just trying to get the markers to behave such that I can minimize redundancy between attempts and really kind of nail that jump every time. The other thing I could be doing is maybe thinking about releasing the shell dead center from that 4P square. No, that's a little bit too far. I feel like maybe I'm watching the marker too closely and not watching my position closely enough. Ideally, I would find some kind of consistent placement that would allow me to make this jump pretty much 100% of the time. The way that jump has been going very well. You know, that's the whole trick to this level, right? That's the whole difficulty check is, am I able to do something like 2 shell jumps in a row? Well, I mean, we do see that one segment in the middle that does ask you to do 2 in a row, although not 2 so quickly in the same column as in the very final obstacle before we reach the flag. And so let's dispense with that. Nope. And let's see how we do. Just have to nail that a little more often, as we've been doing. And that one too. And of course, we'll just fail on something relatively easy, because that's what we do. Definitely starting to feel some of the sweat on my controller. Whoops. But that's something to clean up with a bit of practice. Really feel like we're very reasonably close. Yep. Definitely on the harder end of what you have created now. I think we've cleared most of your list at this point. Or at least, in some version, we might have done some levels that were later revised and re-uploaded. Yeah, just have to get this down solidly. And let's see how we do once again. You're making 2 easy medium levels and a hard one? Okay. Yeah, it seems like there's still quite a lot for you to work with in terms of the expanded toolkit for 3D World in particular since the patch. Lots of toys to play with. Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of getting a really good shell bounce. I mean, obviously you can see from my sort of low success percentage with the shell jumps, that's precisely why a second consecutive shell jump at the end segment is going to be a problem for me. Simply because doing one is enough of a consistency check. Whoops. There we go. I just need to get that engine running. Yeah, have a good lunch. I will almost certainly still be here. Well, not necessarily on this level, but I'll be on stream when you get back. Unless, of course, everybody goes offline, but I'm sure people want to stay and be played, so those of you who have been able to stay with us so long thus far, certainly appreciative of that. I know that as somebody who does run levels much longer than a lot of other streamers do for viewer levels, that the waits can be a bit long, with the trade-off being that I am able to see some kinds of levels that most streamers would not. Whoops. Even a lot lower than usual, I think, when it comes to being hit by that shell. Rarely have that problem. Maybe a third round? Well, we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, Josiah, I don't know if you have been trying it yourself on your end, because the level of code, of course, is available in the bot, as well as with !current. I don't know if you're commenting on actually playing it. Okay. Yeah, making it through this level piece by piece. Wow, that's so significantly higher bounce onto shell than we usually get, and of course that completely threw off my positioning and that I was not able to land safely. I was not expecting that I would have a bounce quite that high on its arc. But there's a little bit of variance when it comes to actually hitting that shell. That's, I feel like I have to kind of adjust around every time I get there. That's okay, we got it. I mean, it's usually pretty consistent though. Not really too much of a concern. Yeah, once again, that's not the first time that has happened. That shell hit there. I don't know how I can tell when it is avoidable. Because that's maybe the only thing that I felt like I didn't quite have a lot of control over, is that sometimes I just get hit by that. And while it may just be that something was off about my pattern going into it, it's a little bit difficult to see how I can make that consistently avoidable. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll see what I can do with this. Yeah, I think sometimes my arc is just a little bit too far forward. We can kind of tell what's going on relative to that first shell that comes down from up top. Oops. Too much momentum, yeah. I do realize that I was getting too far ahead of where I was supposed to be, and that the shell is supposed to go over my head. Because, you know, most of the technique involved in this level, other than the shell jumps, as I've been saying, is just knowing when to pull back slightly. There are a lot of adjustments that I need to make with that. And I think that's mostly what the difficulty tuning I see in your levels tends to be about, right? Is that the easy ones also involve lots of bounces, but the bounces don't take very many inputs and not a lot of control. The harder ones take a lot more inputs when it comes to these low-level adjustments in position that I find myself doing all over the place in this one. That not only am I doing the shell jumps, but I'm doing a lot of positional correction. That's fine. Like, that's it feels very well tuned. It feels like I do have enough space, vertically speaking, and in terms of time to actually adjust to what's going on. But basically, that's what the difference in difficulty is, I think, between, you know, a 1% or a 4% level in the style, is that some of them are going to be slightly more input intensive, even if the setups are otherwise pretty similar. Okay. Okay. Nope. I think knowing when the shell release should be happening relative to how high I am in the jump arc is going to be something I need to figure out that, you know, just watching my jump animation and timing out how long it has been since my point of bouncing and getting some height. Because, of course, the thing that does matter quite a bit to shell jump is what my own momentum is going to be in terms of how high I am in general. That time, yeah, this came in a little bit low. And of course, that's the thing that people who play shell levels all the time would master very quickly. Just being able to find that sweet spot. And that allows you to get to jump nearly every time. So. Again, that's the thing I've often observed, is that the thing that really separates the really good players who are able to do these shell levels much quicker is that they spend much less time on these early repetitions, and just by virtue of having a much better intuitive sense for how the shell jumps should be working. That's going to be too low. Got to jump, of course, but everything about that was too low. Now, the nice thing about this level, though, is that at least I'm not holding down the D-pad the whole time, and so I'm not wrecking my thumb on having to hold right the whole level or something like that. Actually, it's kind of nice to be able to release the D-pad every now and then to make those adjustments that I've been talking about. It's much easier on the thumbs than some levels that are technically easier to clear. You hope I'll get to your level before you pass out? Yeah, I hope so too. And we're quite close on this one. If I do have to save it for a third attempt, I will, but meantime, we'll stay with it. Okay. Not for too much longer, though, because we have been, I think, getting into about half an hour on this attempt. But, you know, it is a learning run. And Josiah, thank you for sticking around anyway. Certainly looking forward to getting to yours quite soon. Although I see that you're somewhat far back in the queue, but I haven't checked who is still online. Of course, sometimes just spending a long time on a level is enough to drive a lot of people offline, so... And that's understandable. Like, not everybody can wait hours to get played. If they happen to be in a bit of a rough position, and if I happen to receive difficult and time-consuming levels. Okay. Yeah, once again, too far forward. Really needed to give that a bit more room to sail over. I did realize going into that it was going to be a little too far, just given how I was bouncing off that piranha plant. I knew my position was a little bit too far for comfort. Much better. Too low on that one. Getting closer. Same timing as the other one. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. if you're talking about the shells that come down. Okay, the fact that I got such a high bounce that time threw off my expectations slightly, but we'll try to get this down. Yep, definitely just a level to learn with practice. Yeah, I feel like I can clear this. It is pretty much at the upper limit of the difficulty I can handle, but I think it's something that, you know, I mean, I clearly can do the shell throws that are necessary to get through the last set of 2. But the timing, this might take quite a few attempts to work out. Because the last segment, that double shell jump column, is something that's still going to feel pretty new to me when I do get back there. I feel like all those shell releases have been much too early, hence why I've been going over. But yeah, just need to understand the timing a little bit better. Still feel like I can't quite get this 100% of the time. Just in terms of being able to read my position. Okay. I want to put in at least one really good attempt on the final jump. So yeah, I'll try to get back to the last column. If I can't finish it, I can't finish it, and I hopefully have to do so in another session. Redux, of course, knows where to find me, and does so all the time. And this is, of course, one of the hardest things that you've sent me so far, so I'm not surprised that it would push me to a third segment, even though I was going into this fairly confident that I could do it within 2. And yeah, just want to get a really good attempt in on that last part. Might even do this on the backlog stream tomorrow if I have time. Of course, that will depend on how long it takes me to get through some of the 4YMM Maker preview first. But as a level that's a bit of a longer grind, it would make sense for me to schedule it as part of the backlog list tomorrow. So that's, of course, if you drop by the Redux, if I see you come in, maybe I'll put this in. But again, it depends on how long some of those other ones take me. Okay. Just want to get one more really good attempt in that allows me to see the ending jump. And yeah, I hope to see you there. But at this point, it might make sense to continue and then instead. It's going to try to get a really good attempt in, though. Because we've managed to make it to that ending column a few times now. Not enough to have practiced it, but enough that I know how close I am and that this does feel beatable. And, you know, sometimes things just do take this amount of practice. That's something normal that we get used to at time. Yeah, since we are getting close to Zaya's bedtime, I guess, when you need to pass out and collapse, maybe I should pass on this for now. Well, gems are mostly practice, yeah. So why don't we remove for now, and Redox, yeah, I'll see if I can make time for this one in tomorrow's stream. Once again, can't absolutely guarantee it, but it would make sense for this one to be one that I do then. And if not, we'll just catch you in another viewer level session. So thank you for submitting that, and I'm glad I got some decent practice attempts in. And that the level is looking good so far in its 1.0 form. Yeah, no worries about that. John Doe looks like you're still online, so why don't I plug in that code? And yeah, thanks as always. Very glad to show off your style of 3D world design. It tends to be pretty much right around a range that I can handle. This one, of course, was maybe on a harder side. Well, definitely on a harder side, but generally I've found those levels to be a good fit. So, Legend of Zelda by John Doe. I think John Doe was saying something earlier about this being the best level. There's no clears so far, but very few attempts, and it is going to be a boss fight where you shoot arrows down to have them fall on the enemy. Now, I don't think John Doe checked in, but Twitch and Warp World appear to report that he is lurking, so we'll play it. So we're going to reach the goal after defeating all one Bowser. 20 seconds, okay. That would probably be the thing that is difficult to work with here. So, Bowser, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? 10 seconds, 9... Okay, I don't even know where the exit's going to be, though. I'm going to run out of time. Maybe it's a key door that's on the left side. We should maybe just drop to the left. It is going to be time sensitive. So yeah, I did not see a key door on the right side, and so I would assume... I also did not see an axe position on the right side, of course, so I would assume that it's a key door on the left, and that we just need to... pipe. Okay. So not only do we need to... wait. If it's a pipe, though, then... what's going to go on here? That's not a lot of time to work with, to be honest. That's... going to be tight. And it's tight enough that I wonder if Bowser's spawn position here is tricking us out. Somehow. Sort of wish I could just... grab a bomb right away. I think it's like 7 sword hits. No, the thing is, we don't have time to do this, because the amount of falling that you need to do on the pipe on the other side is going to throw you way, way off. Now, we know that there's only one Bowser in this level, because that's what the clear condition specifies. Hey, Panda Animate. No worries about coming in late? Oh. I mean, obviously the queue is closed at this point, but if things go really quickly, or if people are offline, then maybe we'll take another one. Yeah, that's not nearly going to be fast enough. I feel like we cannot actually fight Bowser. Because the access to the axe is just going to take way too long. Like, I think that maybe we should just drop to the other side. Perhaps there's something that's... oh, I see. No, we should do the sword drop, because the sword drop is actually going to cut down a bit on the amount of time, just by giving me a bit of extra velocity. It's still going to take about, well, a couple seconds to... Okay, so we actually do need to defeat him, but we need to do so very, very quickly. I need to do a sword drop directly on top of Bowser, I think. And that requires a little bit of guesswork. So yeah, helping our mod make a Discord server. A lot of work, okay. Yeah, I may have to consult you on some of that stuff at some point, but... Whoops. Start over. Bowser is going to be about this position on screen. Hard to see when everything is blank, but I'll see what I can do with it. This is going to be too far off center. I think we're going to miss. Oh no, I'm going to hit him. And then I'm going to die. However, you really do need to kill him quickly. And maybe I need to do a vertical bounce on top of him and just bounce, bounce, bounce a couple times. Because it is going to be 10 seconds or so just to get around. Yeah, like there's no way. There's something that is a trick that we're missing here. Because there's absolutely no way you can touch the flag in time. Throwing bomb and then shooting him, yeah, perhaps. Shooting is going to take way too long, because he takes tons of punishment from arrows. And bombs, he dies to 4 times. However, if we combine the stomp and the bomb, then maybe that'll do something. But the thing is, like, it's still like a 10-second drop time on the other side, and so that feels improbable. It feels like there's an extremely specific thing that you need to do here in order to damage him and get through a pipe in time. So made a rotten bamboo list. Interesting. Okay, I'll need to think about that when I'm at mid-level. Where if you aren't here when your level is up, you end up on the bamboo list. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not too keen on banning people for that. I do know that there are some people who do have to drop their code and leave, but the thing is, I take so long on levels that I totally understand if people need to go, right? Like, so I'm not going to be too judgmental of them. But I totally do see why somebody would want to put in a system to check that, just to keep track of the people who do make a habit out of dropping the code and then going. Yeah, that's very true, and that some people do have a lurk command specifically to designate that status. Yeah. There is some trick here. It can't simply be defeating. Like, the timer is extremely tight. Because we need so many seconds of room just on the other side. That maybe consecutive bounces, yeah, as I was saying with the ground pound, are correct. It's not going to be a dev block, because you need to kill Bowser with a clear condition. And the clear condition is based on all. Like, we know there's only one Bowser, there is not a hidden second Bowser. There can only be one. And I have seen the flow of the whole level already. Like, there's nothing to do here except kill Bowser, and this is effectively a precision level, if you think about it, that you need to do something extremely specific and buy yourself probably about 8 seconds of time to drop down the other side. It might have a star. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. At a dev star, if it is a dev solution, a star would be the likeliest thing that is going on here. Also because it would kind of speed up the amount of time you have on the other end. Think about, though, dev star, like, how do you possibly check for that, right? Maybe it has something to do with this decoration, but I think maybe that's just a lazy decoration. Yeah. I'm not going to spend too long on this. I think there's... like... I don't think it's something that I can figure out in terms of a level that I can beat with thinking about what we're doing and improving our process. Like, I don't think it's that kind of level. And since it's not that kind of level, I'm very unlikely to actually finish it. Because it's either based on a Death Star or on some kind of extremely precise input timing. And yeah, I don't think I'll work with that, unfortunately. I think I saw the creator check-in anyway, but let's take a look. Oh, shoot arrows to have them fall down on the enemy. Okay, no. Let's do this. Wait a minute. No, I should have just read the instruction. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a good idea for it to be something so instruction dependent. No, I need to actually do it a down angle, I think. Yeah. Okay, no, that's right. We'll do it. We just need to do a down angle right away in order to have everything fall with us. And I'll just spam that button. It's going to take about 40 arrows, I think. Well, not 40, but it's going to take a substantial number of arrows to poke him to death. Okay, 6 seconds left. That's still going to be too short, I think. Need the ground pound. 1, 3, 2, 1. Too late. Yeah, because pretty much as soon as the clear condition is fulfilled, we need to head down. Okay, we're getting closer though, now that we're following that original instruction. Six seconds out, like it's still too precision oriented. Still way too precision oriented. Like we would need to get down that pipe immediately. How close are we? Not close. It is satisfying to have the arrows just nuke Bowser that way. Whoops. Nope. But I think it's still very, very precision oriented. Whoops. Okay, no, I need to pull out the bow first and then start firing down. I need to do that very, very quickly. Pull out the bow and then tilt down. Nice to watch them stack like that, though. Very satisfying to see that. Nope, didn't actually get condition. However, we have 7 seconds. I can see I'm anywhere close to actually getting the pipe. We were a little bit off actually getting to condition, but if it's something that is frame perfect, I just don't think I'll do it. Because yeah, look at that. Even if we went a little bit early, I was still not able to get through. So I think that it is pure precision, and that the fact that we have any lag time at all on the arrows coming out of the entrance is going to kind of kill me. We just don't have time. Like, I'm on 6 seconds. 6 seconds is not enough. We need probably 8 on the clock in order to beat this level. And yeah, we definitely need about 8 on the clock. I'll give this a few more attempts. I think I'm probably still not able to beat it, but at least we have the intended method now. I think it's about 20 arrows, or yeah, 6 seconds? No, it's just way too precise. Way too precise. And unfortunately, I don't really find that level of precision that interesting. What I will do is I will look at the actual clear check time. You made an 8-ball command, and what, it didn't just tell you ask again later, like 8 balls are supposed to do? Yeah, look at the clear check time on this. That even the clear check was like only a few frames off. It was 0.133 off, which tells you how timer dependent this is. That even the clear check was that extremely precise. And so because of that, I don't think I'm going to. It's just... It's very satisfying to see all the arrows rain down at once and have them stream into Bowser for a single quick clear. But it is one of those that I think feels like you just kind of have to repeat it until the timing is right, and I don't think we'll be tightening that up. So, thank you for that anyway. Rondoe, if you are in fact indeed still working. But so we'll pass on that one for now. Catching up on the chat to see what Panda Animate has been saying about the various Discord commands. Yeah, we discussed the rotten bamboo list and all that. Okay, yeah. So, let's see. SJXN, I think, has been gone for a while. So it'll be skip. And that is Lydiask SJS. I'll just say Lydia. I don't think Lydia is here. And yeah, Josiah, it looks like it will be you, and that you'll be the closing level we do today. Yeah, thank you for staying up. I know it's 3:30 your time. But yeah, we'll hopefully be able to take our time with this and give you a decent amount of feedback on your level. So, once again, thank you so much for staying with me all this time and being patient, waiting to come in. Hope you've been enjoying this stream so far. And we've had a pretty decent number of boss battles at this point. So Panda Animate, we'll see how much time we have left after this one. We could potentially take you as our last submission if I have time. It will depend on how long I take. I mean, I leave the queue closed when I can't guarantee that I'll get to people, so... Maybe we'll be able to squeeze you in, I just can't guarantee that right now. So here's the shoe factory, and it was made for Goomba Shoe Contest, and this is a very recent upload. And it's a boss battle where shoes are OP. So we can see Ludwig kind of flying around under those on-off switches in the previous screen already. And thank you for offering me first clear on this, by the way. It means that we have no useful data about the difficulty of this level going in, and we'll just have to find it out for ourselves. But I do appreciate having the opportunity to do first clears whenever I can. So yeah, this is just going to be a factory design. Got a cursed key, 300-second time limit, can't go down here. Oh, need to not despawn to boot. Cursed key will get you through the door. Let's check this side. Gonna see what's going on. Yeah, it's just a factory decoration. Assume that those doors are around for symmetry. Not really sure what the cursed key is doing for this level, but yeah, that's good. It's going to be a symmetry door. And we'll drop in. We're going to have a winged boot. We might as well progress to the winged boot then. No reason not to do that. And yeah, winged stiletto is going to try to crush us. And we'll have to maintain a momentum bit here carefully. Okay. Oh, let's move on to the big boot, because if I can get it, that would be fantastic. Seems like they're pretty consistently crushed, though, so maybe not. Yeah, I was hoping to actually hijack one of those, but given the drop timing, perhaps I should just proceed with the small stiletto and leave it at that. So we're going to get a factory key. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is sort of a story sequence. I mean, there's no mechanical reason that it has to be the cursed key, but I guess it is just part of whichever story this level is trying to tell about breaking into the shoe factory. And I can't get the big boot. Well, okay. Well, that's what you think. But I guess you've tested it, and you're fairly confident that it can't be broken that way. Yeah, because definitely when I see something like that, the first thing I think is, okay, how can I break this and get the big boot? Because you see how it's kind of on for a second? Oh. Yeah, I guess it gets crushed pretty much instantly. And that if you get into the big boot, you would take damage pretty much instantly. So I see what you mean. Perhaps I can't get a big boot. It looks so tempting, though. Yeah, I guess the cursed key here is also a bit of a check to make sure the player knows how to jump out of the boot. I can get it, but I can see right after. Okay. We'll see what that's all about. We'll get the winged upgrade on this guy, though. Whoops. A bit thrown off by the head bump. Nope, gotta get the key. And yeah, we'll just proceed from here and see how we do. Don't know why I didn't just stay in a boot for that in the first place. We'll avoid the crushing. And we'll go down. Okay. And that'll allow us to set things on fire while we're in the boot. Okay, I see. I mean, that seemed like it was fairly easily avoided, but... Oh, I missed a checkpoint by going through the left door. I don't think I had any way of knowing that. That's my concern with this fight, is that... Clearly I was supposed to drop through a checkpoint, but left side door doesn't do that. Like, if the doors were actually placed directly next to each other, then... You know, like, I don't mind that you would have checkpoints that are optionally placed. The problem with that is that I pretty much had to guess which door would be the one that would give me the checkpoint. I have no way of knowing that in advance. If I have the choice to avoid a checkpoint, you know, by having a speed route, for instance, that requires dodging a checkpoint, that's totally okay. But I think the fact that I missed that blindly was a little unfortunate. I'll just remember to take the right side door next time. So yeah. Oh, whoops. Okay, fine. I do have an opportunity to grab more boots, so, right? Yeah. And flowers. Pardon me. I was trying to reach for the mute button while I was sneezing, and I don't know if it actually worked. Okay, so... Yeah, here we go. Mushroom, right side door. That hits the checkpoint. On the other hand, coming through here from the checkpoint means that I don't have access to power-ups, doesn't it? So maybe I shouldn't have taken a checkpoint. Like, taking a checkpoint might be a bad idea. Okay, so we have... Oh, this is just a pure survival fight. And I know that because there's a track pointing towards that bomb. The bomb is otherwise inaccessible. The bomb hits the on-off switch. There are power-ups. So, not such a bad thing to have hit the checkpoint after all, even though we did lose the boot. And yeah, I guess I just have to wait for the survival timer to do its job. It is just going to be a bullet dodging fight. I feel like this fight would be improved by a scroll lock on either side. I do know that is probably built in vertical world, just given the vertical spacing, but you can still do a sideways scroll lock in a vertical world. You just need to make sure that the ground blocks cover all the way down. And if you run out of ground blocks, well, there are a lot of things here that can be replaced with something like semi-solids. But I feel like with a fight like this, you definitely want to use scroll lock in order to keep a consistent position. Like, I think you should definitely lock the camera, like, sort of centered on this room. And that, you know, scrolling the camera back and forth doesn't do much to improve it, so... Getting bootied by Ludwig? Yeah, definitely. So here's the thing. You see how this muncher's spawning on a track? And I don't know how good you are with attack, but when you spawn things on a track that are on screen or within 3 spaces of the screen, the tracks can go pretty much anywhere you like. That's... They won't despawn if they are track objects. And so if you have something that, you know, it starts on a very long track and eventually works its way around here to activate the bomb, you can lock the entire screen position, and so long as the track object is within spawning range when you drop into this screen, everything is still going to activate just fine. Like the fire flower is still going to activate just fine, plant, etc. Like, that's going to be fine. But I really do think that you should have a scroll lock for sure going down either side. And that's just, you know, how you would do it. I think people often forget that, you know, you can actually lock the parallel axis as well as the perpendicular axis, if you know what I mean. That in the horizontal zones, you can, in fact, have a scroll lock that locks the camera from going up and down. In the vertical zones, you can, in fact, have a camera that locks you from going left to right. And you just need to build ground blocks or hard blocks the whole way down. And I think people who have not played with scroll lock very often don't necessarily know that you can do that, because it isn't intuitive that that's the way the editor and the engine actually work. But that is how they work. With the additional trick that in horizontal zones, if you don't build in the top half, there is kind of this implicit scroll block that also goes. Electricity, the reason I didn't say X and Y axis is because perpendicular and parallel would work whether you are in the vertical or the horizontal world. So horizontal, you know, you would be, if you're blocking the parallel, then you would be blocking the camera from scrolling up and down the y-axis. So you'd be doing a scroll lock that runs along the parallel from, you know, left to right. In the vertical world, that would be referring to the y-axis instead. So. But, you know, whatever makes sense. Whatever kind of makes this understandable. So, need to kind of make sure we don't get nuked by fire on our way out. Yeah, and I know that here, your ability to restrict any space in the vertical subworld is affected by the fact that you are also building a level in the vertical subworld, and that, you know, perhaps the thing that was disrupting the scroll lock was the fact that you were also building that Goomba factory zone in the same space, and that might have precluded you from building it in such a way that you could run a column down all the way through. But thank you for the first clear regardless. Certainly don't mind bullet hell fights like that. I had a bit of a light progression with shoes that didn't actually end up being used very much, I think. Like, I don't think the Goomba shoes actually ended up doing much except being an extra power-up to work with. I mean, it gives you the Cursed Key at the very beginning as a reason to jump out of the boot. For the rest of the level, it kind of operates like a shield, and that's okay. I was just sort of expecting a bit more of a shoe-centered mechanic, given that this was a shoe factory. So, yeah, thank you for that. Hopefully that helps. We'll mark that as a win. And to animate, since you were here and you're asking, let me open up the queue quickly for you to get one in. Please have your code ready, because I'm going to be closing right away after you submit. And this will be the thing we finish with, almost certainly. So, nice of you to give me a choice. Is that an M9? Hang on, I should actually put it in next. Yeah, a little bit more clearly. M9L, that's right. Couldn't tell because it was lowercase. 96W C 0G. Okay, Panda Anim. So, did you want me to look at the world or look at a level? You had a whole bunch of coin boss adventures. A couple of other things. Do you have a particular preference? I can, of course, look at a little bit of the world if you want, but, you know, so we don't redundantly do anything twice. But if you have a specific recommendation, choose between adventure or nightmare. Nightmare is a harder one. Well, let's take a look at the clear rates here. 13. Wait, let's see. Mario must get all red coins. Mario must get all coins. Let's do the easy one first, and if it feels too easy, we'll do both. That's assuming that they're kind of the same level. I see it's a multi-checkpoint thing, though. Yeah, I'll do the easier one for now, simply because we are wrapping up the stream. If it's fairly quick, I'll actually do both. Yeah, multi-checkpoint setup. Arrow is pointing left, like it's the recommended starting zone. Yeah. Oh, okay. Don't see why I wanted the P-Balloon then, because the only way I can hit is using standard jump, by the looks of it. Like, it wouldn't let me kind of get a bounce on top of them. So I'm not sure why the P-Balloon matters here. Yeah. That's good for coin 1. Looks like you had a bit of a power-up control on the other side of that. And these are exit-only pipes, all three of them, except, of course, for the green one that spat us down. I see. So that's why the arrow is pointing us that way. Okay, we did the P-Balloon room. Let's do the Yoshi room. Oh, I guess this is just a way of identifying which rooms you're in, as well as allowing you to grab a shell and spit it in Junior's face. And of course, we don't absolutely need the shell to pass this, but it certainly would help. I'm going to keep the shell, in case that allows us to cheese anything. Ah. That's a bit of an issue, actually. Because now this is just a soft lock, right? It felt like the idea behind this was that I would just kind of fall through gracefully and then jump out. Like that I would catch the mushroom and that would be big and I would be able to take a damage boost to get through Saw Blade 1 and Saw Blade 2. I don't think it works as a power-up check to force a dismount off Yoshi. if you were going to force a dismount off Yoshi, the more elegant way to do it is to just force you to jump off Yoshi somewhere. Like, you don't need a damage check for that. Especially because it's not like this level has been built compactly in the first place. Let's check the Mecha Koopa room and we'll go back around and try not to soft lock around Yoshi. But it definitely felt like the exit to the Yoshi room was not really quite tested. Because that damage check is definitely not doing its intended job. Now, of course, this is fairly similar to the actual use of the Mecha Koopas in their original context as the answer to Bowser's Castle. Gonna take out a few hits, though. A lot more than the 6 hits that Bowser took in the original. Hopefully we have some power-up spam on that side to keep us company. Yeah. I feel like in terms of screen spacing that the aesthetics of this level can be improved quite a lot, once again, with a good use of scroll stop to make the rooms not lose so much space to kind of empty space that the camera isn't really controlling. Once again, yeah, it's one of those things that just adds substantially to the quality of a level in a way that was not available in Maker 1. Just to be able to scroll stop everything you can. Because I feel like that would have made a really big difference in the invisibility of each of the boss rooms, is that the boss rooms don't really have a particular reason that they need to be moving around like that. And that even though you are building 3 separate boss rooms, you know, you have plenty of space to work with. We've beaten the other 2 challenges before, but let me just come back here. Anyway, this time we'll just try not to get locked with Yoshi. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking ahead to how coming through here is going to work. Because if I dismount Yoshi first, then I just need to hang left, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue here, is that if you come down with Yoshi, you just get stuck on top of the blade. And... yeah, I mean, you know, like, you need... if you're going to give the player Yoshi, you need to design around every possible expectation in terms of whether you are going to survive with him or not survive with him. Like, you need to be able to handle both cases. And that's just a, you know, typical thing to do whenever you have any kind of power-up, including Yoshi. That if you ever introduce any power-up to the player, particularly in a multi-checkpoint setup like this, you need to make sure that every power-up works, I think. Like, I don't think it's going to really work to have a soft lock that requires some guessing from the player in terms of what they are supposed to do or not supposed to do. So I guess in terms of this level, that would be the main thing that I would look at. Secondary thing just being scroll locking some of these rooms, just so they look a little bit cleaner. There's a lot you can do with camera positioning. That depends on how high in the level you're building. And also, yeah, because that'll arrange the camera in the way that you need in terms of height. There's a lot you can be doing there, I think, with the scroll lock and also with the spawn positioning whenever you go through a door or a pipe, that affects your initial camera height going in a certain segment. And so if you just have each of the boss rooms look a little bit cleaner, I think that would probably work better. This was short enough that I actually will take a brief look at the hard version. I don't know if I will clear it, but I'll take a look at it. Just give me one moment. Yeah, so I don't know if I will finish this one necessarily. I mean, 5% is still pretty reasonable. We'll see how different it is from that first part. That level code. I don't think I actually saw the level code. That's okay, we'll take a peek at it when I come out. Yeah, it looks like this is a variant of what we had seen before. Now, Junior is significantly bigger. Let's do Yoshi's room first, so we don't have the soft lock issue if the gates are set up the same way. And of course, the issue here now is that Yoshi is no longer able to swallow the shells. However, we can use Yoshi as a damage buffer. Whoops, wrong way. Sometimes if you have Yoshi, he springs you to the left to the other area. Okay, I see. Yeah. I think it's important to have gate mechanisms like that work 100% of the time, especially when soft locks are a risk. Yeah, wanted to use Yoshi as a damage buffer here. Once again... Okay, here's the issue, is that I needed to stop the shell, but the fact that you wanted me to dismount Yoshi, or at least in the other version of the lock, you wanted me to dismount Yoshi, is something that I needed to guess. And you can kind of see the problem immediately there, is that most people, if they have Yoshi available, they're not going to abandon Yoshi simply because that's going to give you a safety buffer for surviving any of the remaining shells. So, let's dismount. But you can see why, like, everybody who still has Yoshi at the point, psychologically, is going to keep him. Like, everybody's going to keep him. Then Yoshi is going to be in his little track cage up top. Okay, so let's take a look at the people invite. Yeah, sort of interesting that P-Balloon is on tier 2, so to speak. Still don't really understand why you give me a P-Balloon starting into this fight, though. I mean, it doesn't really give me a very advantageous position going into this fight when you need to take the first hit and be bounced anyway. But we'll try to beat it, and we'll try to beat it quickly. The concept behind the fights themselves are pretty good. Like, I don't mind the fights themselves at all. Particularly in terms of how you've decided to build the hard modes. I got a little stuck in the corner there, of course. Main thing is that, you know, obviously the scroll stop as before. I think you definitely do want all of these fights to be camera locked. There's no reason not to do it that way. But the concept of fights themselves is something that works. Mecha Koopa's bullets can hit more than... Yeah, Mecha Koopa's bullets do friendly fire in the same way as bombs pretty much everywhere. I find it something that I don't necessarily want to depend on, though. Okay, this looks pretty similar to what we had before. Pretty similar. Don't really know why this is a hard mode. But... okay. Okay. And then we know that, what else? Is that it? Because, yeah, we have the key door there. We did see earlier that it was a... I mean, there was Big Junior visible on this side, but we had already seen him. And so, yeah, that's going to be it. Going to give me a little bit of a cutscene that ultimately lands me on the trophy location over here. Bit of a THX, so yeah, nice little ending sequence. But yeah, thank you very much. I think, you know, the feedback that you have to work with is something that I think could really sort of improve this with just a few minor tweaks, just making sure that the gate after the Yoshi room works under all conditions. I think that's a very important thing to do. And just the scroll stop as well. Like, I don't know if these are levels that you are still working on and intending to revise, but if you don't intend to revise them, those are just tips that you would want to keep in mind for next time. So with that, that is going to wrap up this session of Viewer Levels, and that will be all from me. Once again, highly recommend that you all, if you haven't already, check out 4YMM's Week 2 levels. Week 3 is going to come out in a day plus a few hours. And actually, a lot of them will be uploaded in pretty much about a day from now. And yeah, this time tomorrow I will almost certainly be running my backlog stream where I get through some codes, my own list, some things that we didn't finish, including possibly the Redox level that we spent some time on earlier, and definitely taking a look at some of the makers of 4YMM 3. So with all that out of the way, that's all from me, and Electrodude, you can suggest. I will probably browse a bit anyway, but you're perfectly welcome to suggest a raid target. In the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll send you off to somebody, possibly with Electrodude's suggestion, possibly not, but I'll take a look. Drenched with tiredness? Yeah, have a good night, Pan Animate. And good morning, or I guess afternoon, to the rest of you as well.